That's BS, man.
Hit me with the Dodgers. That's just all time.
Who is more intoxicated? Rob Manfred after that World Series or Kyle Shanahan at Super Bowl Media Day?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm kidding, Kyle. I'm kidding.
I love it.
Baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. A trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, as well as a Comcast Business Text line. We have opening day baseball, the Seoul Classic in South Korea, South Korea, where the Dodgers beating up on the Padres 5-2. And yes, Shohei is doing Shohei-type things. We'll get into that. We got a lot of Giants talk, a lot of Warriors talk. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? You know the drill. Beauty drivers, truck drivers, FedEx, UPS, DHL, overnight dancers, you name it. Love it. Spinoni, good morning to everybody out there. We got a fun show for you today. I promise it'll be fun. What's up, Shaska?
All right, so, I think we all got a little fatigued with the Taylor Swift cutaways, just in general. Not everyone, but a lot of people. You just wait. The Shohei, is it his girlfriend or wife? I'm not even sure. Wife. So they're confirmed to be married.
Correct.
Okay. How many times have they cut away and showed her? I mean, I swear I've seen her.
Well, baseball has a lot more dead time.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Time. Well, but football also has a good 20 seconds in between each play.
They do.
But you're right. There is more dead time.
But they are in South Korea.
Now with the pitch clock, you don't have that many cutaways.
Yeah, they are in South Korea, so they're probably going to show her a lot more.
That's a good point. I've seen her out 100 times already this morning.
Yes, and I haven't watched much of it. Just listen to it.
She's a hooper.
Yeah, she is a baller. She's a baller. But I think once they get to Dodger Stadium and start playing games in America, they're going to. She probably won't even attend every single game. I think maybe she's out there because they are in Korea, but I don't anticipate her being shown like that. But, hey, it is what it is. I don't hate on that. Taylor Swift fatigue, I actually grow to love it. I was like, that's cool. She embraces football. That's awesome.
So you shook it off?
I shook it off. I shook it off.
I got to say, opening day, this isn't the true opening day, but I'm watching and I'm looking at those Padre uniforms, and I know they did the rebrand a couple of years ago. That's about as good of a go back to the old threads rebrand that I could think of in all of sports.
I mean, they had done it 10 years too late. I never got why they went navy blue with the orange.
I'm with you.
And then, they do the Sundays for the Army fatigues because of Naval Shipyard. That's cool.
Camp Pendleton and everything. Yeah, that's really cool.
But the Browns, I was thinking to myself, I was like, why won't they embrace the Brown uniforms? That's what makes you different. That's what separates you. And you know what? Down at Petco Park, seeing their little Hall of Fame and the history of the Brown uniforms,
pretty cool.
And the pinstripes, they are sweet. That is the best rebrand probably in baseball in the last 5 years in terms of uniforms.
I love the Marlin throwbacks, but those are only like 20, 25 years. These ones are like 40, 50 years old. Right. They're great. And I love that the yellow, it pops when they wear, the accessories, and, you'll see the catchers with some of the garb behind them. I love baseball uniforms, and I think that the Padres, they didn't just knock it out of the ballpark. I mean, they should never change from these uniforms ever. They're timeless.
They are timeless, sir. They are timeless. By the way, the Dodgers scored 4 at the top of the eighth inning. They just put so much pressure on you. Mookie Betts 2 for 4. Shohei Ohtani 2 of 5. With the stolen base. You got Will Smith, 1 of 4.
I hate them so
Freddie
much.
Freeman, 0 for 2, but 2 walks in the lineup. You got Max Muncy batting 5th. You got Teoscar Hernandez batting 6th as a left fielder.
What's Outman batting? What's Outman batting? He was awesome last year.
Yeah, he's batting 7th.
I mean, come on, dude.
He's batting 7th.
The embarrassment of riches this team has.
Gavin Lux in the 9 spot? Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
Who was going to be their opening day shortstop last year before he blew his ACL out? I mean, you got to be kidding me.
So can the Giants compete with this team? We'll see. Oh, by the way, good morning to security guards. I forgot about you guys. It's Comcast Business Text Line. You always forget about security guards. Shout out to the security guards. But the Giants Well, and we're going to break this down all show long. We'll also get back to the Golden State Warriors. We've got a lot of good stuff for the pertains to the Giants because a lot of stuff is coming out of there saying they better win. And I got some, yeah, you're right. They better win considering what has happened with this team over the last week outside of the Blake Snell signing. But I look at the Padres and I'm saying the Giants got them.
Why do you say that?
Because I look at last year and the way they just crumbled, right? And they did get hot in September. They tried to make a late run, but it was too late. I do believe the clubhouse chemistry is a big thing. And Machado and Tatis Jr., for whatever reason, every single year, they always say it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. And then something comes out of that camp saying, well, they're not all good. There's dysfunction inside that clubhouse, inside that dugout. So I look at the Giants already. I already think they have a better vibe. It's obvious that last season they didn't respond to Gabe Kapler as we got the cheerleaders on the dugouts or whatnot. They got the dancing. Oh, they do it big in Korea.
Bro, they do it huge.
Oh, I love it out there.
He's ready to take a trip to Korea.
Hey, let's go, baby. Let's go to Korea.
Do it big out there. The smirk on his face.
I'm not mad at that.
That was priceless.
I do want to go to Tokyo, by the way. I know it's not South Korea.
I was going to say that's Japan.
Yeah, I know. I do want to go to Tokyo, Japan. A lot of people are going out there.
I am fascinated by both cultures.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And I hear the sushi and the ramen is so much cheaper than it is in the Bay Area.
Oh, yeah.
A lot better.
I do love me some ramen, though.
I love me some sushi. I love me some ramen. I love both.
What's your go-to? You like ahi of all of them?
Oh, I go, what, sushi?
Yeah.
Oh, I go udi. I go California rolls. I go shrimp tempura rolls, you name it. And it just orders it. I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, see, I like the whatever is like the random stuff. Right. I'm all in. I'll try it.
We'll get like 6 different rolls, get some miso soup or whatnot. But it's obvious the Giants.
The hamachi.
Yeah, the hamachi's not bad. But the Giants, it's obvious they didn't respond to Gabe Kapler last season. Clearly. It's just whatever it was.
Clearly, yeah.
And I think Gabe's a nice guy. Gabe's always treated us well. Look, I don't know how much managing he actually did with Farhan gives on the lineup card. That's another thing. I just don't know. I don't know. But you know what? They didn't respond there was a disconnect there.
Yes.
And obviously, Bob Melvin, no matter what we think of him as a manager, whether he's top 5, top 10, elite, whatever the case may be, as the Dodgers wrap it up against the Padres 5-2, they get their first win of the season. Padres start 0-1. Bob Melvin is a professional. And you can already see that they already respect him a lot more. So I already believe the chemistry is already better just by the manager change.
Yeah, I would agree that the vibes are definitely better. It's a long season. I mean, there's been a lot of different teams in baseball where I thought the vibes were good going in, and then stuff happens, I do look at, when you have a bunch of guys looking for career years and they're on 1 year, what they call pillow deals. Right. There's 2 ways you can look at it. One way is you're going to get the best of everyone in terms of their behavior and preferably their output, right?
Right.
You want to have career years for everyone so that they can hit free agency or you are more apt to re-signing them to maybe a longer-term deal. The other side of that is guys could press, right? Looking for that big deal. You've seen that from time to time, guys having a 1-year deal and it doesn't go anywhere near what they're looking for. Remember the shortstop for the Washington Nationals many years ago declined a $100 million contract and then had a bunch of 1-year deals and literally played himself out of baseball.
Who was that?
God, what was the guy's name? His name is...
Wasn't Trey Turner?
No.
It was before Trey?
Yeah. His name's evading me.
Not Howie Kidd, right?
No, that was Anaheim.
No, because he played for
I know he did, but
Ian Desmond.
Ian Desmond.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Ian Desmond. He was looking for a $100 million contract.
Did he get a big deal with the Rockies? Did he end up getting a big deal with the Rockies?
He might have, but he kept betting on himself, and the money just kept getting lower and lower and lower. But I do believe you're going to get a lot of people on their best behavior here.
Yeah.
Let's just look at like Matt Chapman, for example. I think if Matt Chapman got the appropriate money that he was looking for, he would stay here for 3, 4, 5 years, right? These guys all want long-term security. But clearly, he is comfortable with Bob Melvin and clearly comfortable with the Bay Area. You got Soler here for a couple of years. I would like to have Blake Snell here for a couple of years. The Giants are all in. I mean, I'm reading all the stuff about what they lose by all of their financial spending this offseason. You're losing some draft picks. You're losing the ability to spend in international money. You're in the luxury tax because of how much you're spending here. And that gives you less money to spend in the draft and in international spending. So, like, to your point, Yeah, there should be some pressure internally and individually because I do want to see this team compete. It is an older team heading into the regular season, and I think that there's an opportunity to be a playoff team. And I think the Giants fan expectation should be playoffs.
So they have spent money. Let's dismiss it over that they've been cheap. They have spent money. They just haven't spent it wisely.
That I agree with.
They have spent money. They spent it on some bad contracts. Sean Benaia, Ross Stripling, Mitch Haniger.
That was a bad deal.
I mean, Anthony DeSclafani. They've given out a lot of money, but they've had a lot of bad deals. A lot of bad deals. They have spent money, so I want to give them credit for that. They have spent. They doubled down on this season. This offseason, spent it over what, $400 million, I believe, on just player acquisitions and payroll or whatnot. So they are spending money, but it just feels like it fits better today than it did last season. Jorge Soler feels like it just fits because of the need of a power hitter and the missing element in the middle of that lineup. Matt Chapman, you got a very good third baseman, Gold Glove winner. Your defense is going to be exceptionally better. Nick Ahmed, we already knew he's a good shortstop defensively. Yeah. We'll see at the bat. He'll probably bat 8th or 9th, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
But we haven't gotten output from the shortstop offensively outside of a couple of years from Crawford.
Yeah, that's it. It's been a loss. Sorry, to hell. Our whole lives, really. I mean, think about it. Going back to Jose Uribe, Jose Vizcaíno.
It's a couple of years of Aurelia and a couple of years for Crawford.
Right. That's about it.
That's about
correct. it. It's been an automatic out at shortstop for the most part of our lifetime. So, look, in the rotation, Flip got me really excited about Kyle Harrison. Because everybody's going to go crazy over Blake Snell, and obviously Logan Webb is the number one on his team. Kyle Harrison being the X factor. If he is as good as advertised, there's no doubt in my mind this is a playoff team. Like, that's the minimum. If he pops, if Kyle Harrison can go, and he's giving you 6 innings of start, I know maybe they may not stretch him out, they may go 5, but I want to see him go 6 a game.
Well, to hear Fleming talk about how Logan Webb has totally taken him under his wing. Now, your repertoire and how you pitch are going to be different for each guy. I think Harrison, just from the little bit I've seen, way more emotional than Logan Webb. Though Logan Webb is extremely emotional, he can be more stoic on the mound. I mean, we've only seen a handful of starts from Harrison, but the guy screams and yells and gets himself super fired up. Is there a better guy to kind of have tutor some of these young guys than Logan Webb? Logan Webb's a hell of a ball player. And they gave him, to your point about spending, I think it kind of flew under the radar. They gave him a 5-year, $90 million deal. They did sign one of their own, which to me was the template that the Atlanta Braves kind of set out there. If there's somebody you like, you buy out those arbitration years and you buy out some of that free agency, and you keep that guy happy and you anchor him into your team.
No, I agree there. Now, how much mentorship Logan Webb gives him? Look, he'll help him navigate through his season. He'll help him navigate through his first big league year. That's fine. But then I also look at, I'm just looking at the division, right? Because that's where it starts. You got to win within your division. Last year, the Giants were 6-7 against Arizona. That ain't bad. That ain't great. You're 500 against a World Series team. And I'm looking down at Arizona saying, how are they going to play through the expectation that their fan base has and the built-in pressure that organization now has to get back to the World Series and compete for a World Series crown? Yeah, we know you beat the Dodgers last year. You swept them in the playoffs. We know you got past the Philadelphia Phillies, but now there's an expectation in Arizona. And for the most part, Arizona in their franchise history has not dealt well with the expectations.
That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? They'll have a year here and there, here and there. But now all of a sudden, you got a target on your back as National League champions. Teams are going to come at you left and right. How does Arizona respond to that? I'm not sure they're going to respond well to it. They do have some ballers. The Padres, as talented as they were last year. Giants are 5-8 against them last year. I expect them to be better against the Pods this year. I'm not a big fan. Like, Dylan Cease is a very good pitcher.
Yeah.
Not mad at that. I'm no believer in Yu Darvish.
No.
I think I'm not a big.
Musgrove's pretty sweet.
Musgrove's not bad. He's not bad.
Yeah.
But Yu Darvish and then the bullpen. The bullpen. Where's the bullpen at?
That's been a question for them for 5 years. But back to Arizona for a second. We all think Corbin Carroll's awesome, right? We all agree. Well, there's a lot of young guys that have great first years. Julio Rodriguez comes to mind. And when they get out the gates in year 2, it can be a struggle. Guys are targeting you. Yep. They have a bigger book on what you like to do well. And I think that there's an adjustment period. And so I'm very interested to see what he has as an encore season. The guy had I thought an MVP level season last year as a rookie. That's a lot to ask. Like Mike Trout, and what makes Mike Trout Mike Trout? He does it every single year. Yep. Even his down years are MVP level, right? That's what makes him Mike Trout. Corbin Carroll is 22 years old, 21 years old. Let's see what the first couple months look like. And to your point about expectations, they had a rookie pitcher come in toward the end of last year and galvanize that rotation. What's it look like for a full season for that guy? What's it look like for them, in that infield as they try to shift and get a little younger at third base?
Well, they got Suarez at third base.
But they were playing Longoria as well a lot. They were platooning them down the stretch. Full season, let's see.
Suarez is now back there at third base. I don't think Longoria is on this roster anymore.
No, but he was there last year.
Yeah, he was there last year. He was really good for them last year.
He was, actually.
But you know what? The expectation now is a win.
Yes.
How did they deal with that built-in pressure? The Dodgers are going to be coming for them. Padres are going to be coming for them. And when you look at their pitching here, Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, can they be as good as they were last year? Zach Gallen was special.
I mean,
special.
I think he's awesome.
He threw 210 innings. However, in the postseason, Zach Gallen was not as good. 1.34 whip, 4.54 ERA. He just was not good in the postseason. And that happens. So I expect Arizona, look, they only won 84 games last year. It wasn't like they were world beaters and just won 100 games. And they won 84.
And what was it? Can you pull up their September and August? Because I feel like they were much better later in the season than they were during the regular season. They hovered around 500. And then I'm telling you, they had a series against the Giants toward the end of the year, and the Giants just mailed it in, and Arizona took off from that point. The Giants were right there with them, even though I never really thought the Giants were quote-unquote in contention. To your point about last year, it just felt like the spirit was broken before we even got to that series.
Yeah, no, they were done. Anybody considers that the Giants had a chance last year. That team was come on. It's like the year before when they won 81 games. Hey, they were 81 and 81. It's like, were they really a 500 team?
No.
They had a great September with teams mailing it in, and that was that.
Yes.
So they weren't really, to me, the last 2 years have been throwaways for the Giants.
And then, just looking at the NL West is one thing. Zoom out a little. I don't really know where the Brewers are at. The Cardinals are in a weird spot. They had a horrible year. Their first horrible year in 30 years. And then I look at the Reds. They've got three essential rookies playing on the infield. The second baseman, the shortstop, and the third baseman, even though he's going to play a lot of first as well, Encarnacion this year. They're a very young team. I don't know what to make of the Cubs just yet, although they improved, obviously, bringing Bellinger back. Obviously, the NL East, I believe to be an excellent division because of the Braves and the Phillies. Don't know what to make of the Mets. Right. So I'm looking at the NL as a whole, and it's why not the Giants? Well, why not the Giants?
I'm looking at Arizona, right? They were actually better than I thought early in the season.
Really?
15-12 in April, 17-10 in May, 16-11 in June.
Wow.
First half of the season, 52-39. They were 13 games over 500. Actually surprising. Then they had they almost said goodbye in July. They were 8-16 in July, 12-15 during the dog days of August, and then they righted the ship in September at 15-12. So
I thought they were better.
I thought they were a lot better. I thought they were a lot better late in the season.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't realize they got off to that great start.
Yeah.
But now that I think about it, they were battling with the Dodgers in the summertime. We're so caught up with the Giants and the way they were struggling.
And Brock Purdy mania.
Brock Purdy mania.
Yeah, they were 4 games ahead in first place in early June.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So there you go. There you go, right there with the Diamondbacks. So, by the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
Yeah.
If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flush. Yeah, we already had to flush one person yesterday, Raider Debater. He just, I don't know what he was talking about. Consistently, inconsistent, consistently,
silver and black lining.
No, he also brought up the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah,
one of my wife's friends would text me and was like, I can't believe we got a Da Vinci Code, mention on the morning roast.
Yeah, wow. Well, anyway, you will be flush, and it'll be brought to you by Flowing Water and Plumbing. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock, as we got the Warriors and Grizzlies. Draymond's questionable with a back injury. Warriors just got to get a win. But there is something with the Warriors in this market, and with the Giants ascending here. There's a lot of buzz with the Giants. I want to get into it on the other side here, brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary sale with Hot Buys, your choice of colors.
closer. Gavin Lux running through to end the game. And the Dodgers start this highly anticipated 2024 season with a 5-2 win over the Padres in Seoul.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's our boy Joe Davis on the call, right? Joe Davis. Spectrum Sports. Hey, we're running the game too down there in L.A. It's the Dodgers open the season, beating the Padres 5-2 in the Seoul series out in Seoul, Korea. That's the official opener of the season. Of course, the Giants will open up for another week and a half, so we'll see what happens with them. But we're feeling good about the Giants. Of course, we got a Warriors game today against the Memphis Grizzlies at 7 p.m. at Chase Center, the second of a 3-game homestand. And they've got to get back on track, get back to 500 at Chase Center. But it is funny, Shaz, when I think about these things, and we're going to get right back into the Giants, but I'm just kind of taking the lens out, zooming out here, and looking at the Bay Area as a whole. And, you know, some people think our market is soft. Some people think our sports fans are casual. And I disagree with that. I will put our market and our fan base and our passion for sports up there with anybody in the country. I really would. Now, Philadelphia and New York gets all the reputations, and Boston and Chicago. Chicago ain't won a damn thing in years. They're miserable out there. We had a lot of championships over the last decade here in the Bay Area. But fans can be fickle, right? They can be fickle. I'm not calling all fans out. But when your team doesn't win, people don't come and people don't support. Giants haven't won the last 2 years. The ratings have been down. Attendance has been down. But all of a sudden, you sign Blake Snell, and there's this new optimism. We've gone from, boy, are they even going to be better than the Rockies, to don't let us get to October. That is the dialogue right now with Giants fans. It's true. And we're at an inflection point with the Golden State Warriors. The core is older. The youngsters are still young. They're getting a lot of experience. I think this experience will help them in the future. But it's a real tricky spot for the Warriors here. They have to keep winning because we know how this market works. If you don't win, people will come, but they'll slowly start to tune out. And they'll slowly stop the time. Like, look at the 49ers. Post Harbaugh, you could buy tickets for Levi Stadium for $20.
I mean, B, you dragged me down to a game. I was reluctant. I could sit anywhere I wanted for the price of a DoorDash burrito.
Right.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anywhere I wanted.
So the Giants can still, just like that. Now, we're going to get into Bagley's article about the Giants putting pressure on themselves to win. Look, when you part ways with Rennell Brooks-Moon, when you part ways with her in the way that it looks, look, Rennell didn't run the bases. She never picked up a bat and swung in a batter's box for the Giants, and I love Rennell. She was one of the many voices and ambassadors of the Giants, though. And so if you don't win, people will point to that situation, saying, look how you handle Rennell Brooks-Moon.
It'll be your longest,
no doubt. J.D. Davis.
Yeah.
Whether it's Carlos Correa, all that stuff will come back up.
Yeah.
But if you win, people will slowly but surely get over it. And they'll start to go back to the yard. And they'll start to go back to want to be part of a winning organization.
So I think I would like to explore this even more. Like Warriors, Giants, Niners, and you could throw the A's to a degree in there and the Raiders in there when they were all here together. Almost never are all three hot at one time. I can't even think of a time when all three were hot at one time. Maybe 2014?
Yeah, I was going to say 2013, yeah.
But the Warriors weren't what they are now.
No.
You know what I mean? Like completely different.
No.
Right? And so I guess where I'm going is that it does feel like sports has like a law of averages, especially in the big markets where there are many teams. It's very difficult for all the primary teams in the professional ranks to be simultaneously good, let alone great, you know? And I think that there's what I call a bandwidth, right? You know, I use the word bandwidth a lot. Like, I don't have enough bandwidth to do X, Y, and Z in one day. There's a bandwidth where I can only concentrate so much of my attention at any given time to any combination of the teams. We all do this. And like, there are times if the team And I don't blame people. You got family. You're balancing work.
Right.
You've got kids. You're doing extracurricular activities, whatever it is. The weather's beautiful, right? We have a lot of things out here that I don't think that you have in other parts of the country.
No doubt.
And so I do believe as you're balancing your life and your quote unquote fan with, there are some things that dissipate, some things increase. And I look at the Warriors are a great example. And I'm not trying to throw her out there. My mother-in-law is, I consider, a really big fan of Bay Area sports. And when the Giants were hot, she is as big of a Giants fan as anyone. She wants to tune in because she doesn't want to miss out on anything. And she wants to be a part of the dialogue with everyone and root along. And when the team doesn't give her a reason to tap in, well, her interest dissipates. And where did it go? To the Warriors.
Right.
And she was a huge Warrior fan. And it's not like she's not a Warrior. She doesn't like the Lakers or anything like that. But like, it's coming and going as the teams are successful and as they're not. And she is not going to miss a thing. She will watch, Azubuike's like one of her favorites. She's watching every Warrior game with fun. And she's like, it's really hard when they're not doing well because I want to feel good.
Well, that's why the Warriors, because we've been spoiled by them.
Yes.
The expectations are through the roofs. Like, we've gone past the mark of, hey, just make the playoffs or we're happy.
Exactly.
The Warriors are in the playoff race and we're not happy as a fan base. You know what I'm saying? They're playing for the play-in, and you understand what's going on here, the dynamic of the roster, what's happened this season. But for the most part, the Warriors are still going to have a lot of fans. As long as you have Curry, he's going to be box office.
Yeah.
But if the Giants do start to make some moves here, they do start to win some games, and they do start to lure big-time free agents, or what do these guys pop in Kyle Harrison, or whether it's Marcos Luciano or Patrick Bailey, and he can build off of what he did last season, the Giants will get those fans back in the stadium. They will go to the park. People are looking for a reason to go outside and have some fun.
Exactly.
And if the Giants are winning games in the summer, this place would be buzzing again down at 3rd and King. It's just the truth.
Do you view, and I know there's an attendance in-game factor, but like I'm talking about television for just a second. Like, TV's dead. Not sports.
Not sports.
Sports, like if you look, sports is up, right? In terms of concentration of people watching.
Don't you just ignore when people say, oh man, cable television is down. People aren't watching ourselves. Because to me, I'm like, I'm watching sports.
Exactly.
And it's always on. And we're always locked in. They're at every bar, at every club. They're always on a screen.
You know what's dead? Cable subscription packages where people are tapped in to watch sitcoms on NBC, ABC, and Fox. That's dead. People don't consume it that way. Live sports cannot be consumed at a later date. It must be consumed in real time. Right. So I'm with you. But I do believe because you're fighting for our attention at this point, and I was listening to somebody with the Dodgers, I forget who it was with the Dodgers, and they were talking about how the reason we've assembled the team that we have, if we don't have a star-packed television show every night, you're going to go to Netflix. You're going to go to Apple Plus. So you're not just competing with the sports teams. You're competing for my attention span amongst an entire littered, streaming apparatuses that are left and right all over the place. Because, like, let's be real, our attention spans are very minute right now.
Yeah, no doubt. They are. I did this research project about 8 years ago.
Okay.
I was on this research team, and we're just looking at, because we're trying to figure out videos, right? Okay. What gets people to tune into a video?
Yeah.
What gets people to pop? And if you don't capture the audience within the first 5 seconds of that video, people click out.
Yeah,
so your average time of watching, like if you get like, we were doing this research project and it was like, boy, if you get people to watch for 12 seconds, that's a win. Wow. That means you captured
This was 8 years ago.
This is like 8 years ago.
Before TikTok.
Well, before which is crazy,
which
right?
Makes, because now we just click.
Yeah. So like, the attention span, if you don't capture somebody right away in these videos, they click out. And it's like, well, 4 seconds, boom, they're out. You have to get them right away.
Yeah.
Right away. So that's kind of, it's just the way of the times here. The way of the times. By the way, speaking of which, baseball is back, and we have a big announcement. Lubman's really happy about this.
What is the announcement?
Yeah, I mean, he's you got to read it. You got to read it. He's never pressed me on a read ever before this one. But the Giants are back in action for the 2024 season. So are Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. They're kicking off the 2024 season with a live episode this Sunday from 12 to 3. 12 to 3. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. There is so much to be excited about this upcoming Giants season. So tune in to call in this Sunday. Tell us what excites you most about the 2024 Giants season. That's going to be a lot of fun. 12-3, garlic fries and baseball guys. Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman. Who's driving that bad boy?
I'm not.
Oh, no, it's me. I'm the driver.
And it's Palm Sunday, so I'll be going to church first thing in the morning, and then I'll get my, the family mass, and then I'll get my donuts on at the St. Cecilia's Rectory and get my little coffee, and then I'll be ready to roll. We might even have an LJ appearance, even though he can't talk.
Love it.
Oh, there's your tease right there. I want to get an LJ appearance.
Love it. Just know that it's okay to pass.
Oh. My guy's ready to go all 9 innings. In an era where no one's ready.
I feel like I can't.
In an era where no one's ready.
You got nothing for that.
You got me in a box.
You got nothing for that.
He's ready to do a complete game.
You don't need to take 35 shots and have 1 assist.
I'll say nothing because we got to go to the break.
It's okay to be Steve Nash.
He is the Dave Stewart of this team.
It's okay to be Jason Kidd.
Think about how far we've come with the Giants that we are actually going to do a full breakdown for multiple hours on a show dedicated to them. I think people want it. People are excited. I'm excited.
Or Nahiga's just trying to get off of Fox Sports for
that might be it too.
No, I'm kidding.
More than
I'm
one
excited
thing
about
can be
this.
true.
No, I'll be listening because I have Warriors and T-Wolves, so driving in.
Oh, nice.
I'll definitely be listening because baseball's an exciting time, man.
Guest
I
appearance?
love baseball.
Can we book you?
Maybe.
Great tease.
Maybe not. It is a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. I may take you on that offer. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The Giants, man. How excited are you about them? 888-957-9570. Luis Matos hit a 3-run jack yesterday. I'm not giving up on Matos yet. I'm not ready to give up on him. I like him. We'll pick that up on the other side here on the roast.
No. That's gone too far.
Hey, Dan Dibley for Safeway.
is coming later today with the great Tim Roy. And then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Draymond Green is questionable tonight with a back injury. Steve Kerr spoke about it yesterday with Willard or Dibs. We'll play some of that sound for you a little bit later in the program as the Warriors try to get back on track after a lackluster loss to the New York Knicks. They're down 8-0, down 18-4. This is a guy to have a game. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. And you know what? I'm not going to overlook the Memphis Grizzlies. Not after what happened on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Not after what happened a couple Saturdays ago against the San Antonio Spurs. I don't think we're in a position no more to be overlooking teams. Got to sack wins. Get a win by any means necessary, and then get ready for the Pacers on Friday.
Did you see what happened last night?
With who?
The Rockets.
Oh, they won. They're 2.5 back of the Warriors. The Warriors do own the tiebreaker. They dropped 137 on the Wizards, so, it's the Wizards.
I think I was not ready to come to your end of the room and say that I'm fearing the Rockets catching the Warriors, but I'm not going to lie to you. Feels a little too close for me to stomach.
Win today.
You don't even make the box.
Yeah, if you don't make the box with the most expensive roster in NBA history, I'm not even going to put that out there to stratosphere.
I mean, what would be what season would be more disappointing in the last 10 years in the Bay if this Warrior team with relative health couldn't make the play-in where 10 teams are a part, the play-in?
They got to get in the box.
Right?
The Warriors got to get in there.
What other season comes close? Even the 2029ers
I was going to say
the COVID excuse.
Right.
They moved to Arizona.
Right.
Their quarterback was hurt. What's the Warrior excuse?
The 2017 Giants?
Bumgarner got in whatever,
Well, he hit the 2 home runs on opening day, or he hit the home run.
Was that 18? What was the year he got in the RV accident? ATV accident.
I felt like that was...
Was that 18?
Was that 17? 420 2017?
I forget if it was 18 or 17.
It was all 420. It was all 420.
It was on 420.
It was. It happened on 420.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah, 2017.
There you go.
Was it 420?
Yeah, their season harpooned after that.
424. So
424, around 420. Okay. Yeah, Denver, Colorado. So 2017. That may have been. This one would be disappointing. This would be very,
I think it happened on 420 though. So you
it happened on 420. Yeah.
And then we learned about
it
a couple days.
Yeah. It happened on 420.
You hit that.
Hit it hard. Does anybody celebrate 420 and people just wake up and...
It's called every day now.
It's called every day,
right? It's every day, bro.
420 is not even a big deal. All right. So the Giants, right? As we watch the Dodgers open up the season, Fleming had a lot to say yesterday.
He was
had
spicy.
A lot today. He was. He feels... We asked Flim, how would you rate their offseason? Here's what Dave Fleming had to say about it.
I mean, I think it's indisputable they've had a great offseason. I do. And look, Chapman, even just being down there this last weekend, basically Chapman's first full weekend of actually playing games, he's just such a well-respected guy that it does sort of change the look of not just the lineup and what it looks like when they're out in the field, but I think you're walking around that clubhouse and everybody's feeling a little different having Matt Chapman aboard. So, yeah, they've had a really good offseason.
Can we get into Chapman for just one brief moment? Look, the bat is what's going to separate him here. We know the glove's really, really good, right? We need the bat to step up, right? We need a full season. We need him to hit jacks. He needs to be clutch. The bat is going to be the barometer, but he made a play last night. They're shifting everybody over. He's kind of like in the 6.5 hole in between third and short, and it's a lefty up, and the guy hits one down the line or toward the line, and he backhands and throws on the run. It's a play I haven't seen any third baseman make, and I'm not trying to diminish Longoria. He was an excellent defensive third baseman. Even Pablo was underrated defensively at third base. But that's a play on the run that I just have not seen a Giants guy make at third base.
On the ground, and Chapman's going to come up with it. And his off-balance throw is
no way.
What? They did we just witness?
I mean,
that's 100 pitch, right?
He's throwing on the run like he's Mahomes evading a sack, going toward foul territory.
Can you play that again? Can you play that one more time? I want to hear 100 pitch.
On the ground, and Chapman's going to come up with it. And his off-balance throw is
no way.
What did we just witness?
And it was like almost like it was like Chapman himself was like, yeah, it's just what I do. Look,
it is what he does. That's exactly what he does. He does that every game, every day, for the entirety of his major league career.
That's
what he does. That's what he does. We know about the arm. Third base defense is going to be great. Now, what is he going to do at the plate?
Yes.
Because I need a little more than 240 batting average.
Absolutely.
I need a little more than 17 home runs.
OBP's got to be better.
Oh, yep. On base percentage has to be a lot better. RBIs. I need a little more RBIs, but a lot of people say he had the messed up finger, so that had a lot to. We had who do we have on?
That was the Toronto
Buck Martinez. Yeah, Buck Martinez. Oh, Buck with that great voice. It hurt him. So he got off to let's see what Matt Chapman does here. I'm excited. I'm getting more and more excited about that signing because it complements his Soler signing. It complements Jug Hooley. Now, if you just signed Matt Chapman and Blake Snell, you didn't have Soler, I'd be like, whatever. You look like the same team.
Yeah.
But now when you add other thump and other power, and more speed around him, and then what happens if this guy gets going? This is a youngster we've all forgotten about. We're all talking about Patrick Bailey. We're all talking about Kyle Harrison. We're all talking about Marco Luciano. But what about this guy who batted second in his first ever game with the Giants out in St. Louis, Luis Matos?
So, Matos catches a break. High drive to left. Headed to the bullpen. Out of here. Hey, the kid's got another one. And that's his fourth of the year.
Matos. I'm saying I haven't given up on this kid yet. I think this kid has a lot of talent. I think he should have batted at the top of the order last year, or last season, I should say. Now, the outfield's crowded. There's no doubt. We know Jug Hooley's going to patrol center field. Mike Yastrzemski's probably going to be in right with their archways. You're going to have Slates, but there's Conforto. But what about Matos?
Well, it's interesting. When you look at physically, the guy does not look like a kid anymore. He looks like a grown man. I mean, he's piped. He put on unbelievable bulk when it comes to the upper body, and that kind of blows me away in a short period of time. But I'm looking at it right here. He's got twice as many hits as he does strikeouts. Now, I know it's spring training. I'm not going to live and die on the numbers, but he's got 4 homers and 5 doubles. That's 9 of his 11 hits. You want to talk about gap power, and you want to talk about being able to drive the ball. This is a guy last year who was warning track guy. You know, it's one of the worst things you can be. Pop-up warning track guy. No one wants that guy on their team. So if this guy's going to hit for gap power, I think that plays in our ballpark. And I'm just looking at it right now, and you brought up this guy. Like, I'm sorry. If Conforto cannot play defense legitimately in left field, I think Matos has an opportunity to take that spot by May. Yeah, I really do.
I'm with you. I want to see this kid play. I want to see him play. I think this kid has a lot of talent. He looks a lot stronger. He looks physically fit. I think he could be a problem for opposing pitchers. I think this kid's got talent. I wouldn't give up on him quite yet. In this Giants team, what should the expectation be, Giants fans, for the Golden State Warriors? What should the expectation be? Here's Flynn. He's setting a high bar. Dave Flimby set the tone yesterday for the season. Here's what Flynn had to say about the Giants in the NL West.
Forget this talk about the wild card only. Like, forget that. Go take a shot at the big boys. Ooh. Like, I don't want to hear this. Yeah, they can sneak in, or that's BS, man. The attitude of this franchise should always be to take down that team, and that's what the rivalry means. I don't care who they signed. I don't care how much money they paid. You line up those two teams on the field next to one another, and I dare you to tell me that they're a whole lot better than the Giants are. I don't believe that. The Giants can go toe-to-toe with that team. They can.
So now the mindset is starting to flip, and this is what I like. I'm not one of those guys. Shashka, you know me well. I'm not with, hey, let's just have a good season, see where it goes.
Matt Beatty.
I love when a team, Matt Beatty.
That's
I
BS,
love
man.
When an organization comes out and says, that's why I love the Warriors so much and why I love the Niners so much. Because the expectation is to win.
Yes.
Our setting is, if we do not win, it's disappointing. I could roll with that. With the players that you have, I love that. Championship or bust mentality. I love that. Not a Giants starting to flip it to, hey, it's nothing like it to, we could challenge the Dodgers. Well, you know what? They were 6-7 against the Dodgers last year, quietly. They played the Dodgers, but did they sweep the Dodgers down at Dodger Stadium last year? If I'm not mistaken,
yeah, and
they swept them.
And then was that backed up with them sweeping us?
Yeah, maybe. Or
was that what it happened?
That was the weekend they beat them like 15-2 on like that Sunday afternoon down at Dodger Stadium.
So 6-7 against the Dodgers.
Well,
why not point to the Dodgers and say, you know what? Take your Shohei. Take your Freddie Freeman. Take your Mookie Betts. Take your freaking Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Take your freaking Max Muncy, the Giants killer. We're coming for you. Got Snell. We got Harrison. I'm not mad at that mindset, Shasky. I'm really not.
No, I actually love that mindset. I just look at the infrastructure that they have in place right now with all those veterans that you keep referencing. And then when you are supplementing it, and you're taking less off the plate of, or you're taking more off the plate of a Patrick Bailey, a Luis Matos, who hopefully will get called up at some point, and then eventually Kyle Harrison in the rotation, and you're going to have a guy in reinforcements of Robbie Ray in July if that youngster needs to skip a couple of starts because of innings logged. I think that they have a really nice infrastructure to compete all year long. When I look at what's kind of failed them the last few years, they've ran out of pitching by August. It's just they just have how many openers the last 2 years?
Yeah, it's too much.
It's drove everyone crazy.
Well, I'm glad Brandon Cadiz on YouTube, he brought this up, and I was thinking about this in the break. I honestly was. I was going to bring this up in the 7 o'clock hour, but it's 7 o'clock right now. Brandon Cadiz, I think no one is really talking about the bullpen. If our pitchers go 5, that bullpen is underrated. You brought up Ryan Walker. Now he could go pitch in the 6th inning.
Yes.
The Rogers brothers, we were not on them early on in their tenure. Those guys can pitch.
Yeah.
Those guys are legit.
And very diverse, both of them.
Very diverse. Camilo Duvall, you get him in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
You got a lot of arms here in this bullpen that if you do get to the 6th inning and you hand the ball over with the lead, got one of the better bullpens in the National League West. Now, the entire NL, I got to look at the landscape of the league. I'm not sure a lot of teams can compete with the Giants bullpen. They've been able to hang their hat on that. Farhan has done a good job of finding guys who can get 3 outs in an inning. This bullpen is underrated. And if you can get Harrison and Snell, you get Logan Webb, you get them going at least 6.
Yeah.
Good night, Irene. You're winning the game. You're winning the game.
No, you're right. I think they do have a really nice bullpen. And when you look at what's done that bullpen in, to your point, it's the lack of starting pitching.
Yeah.
And you're just getting absolutely depleted.
Right.
I mean, how many times did we watch Jacob Junis, who's a solid bullpen guy, get utilized in that starter role or opener role, whatever, swing role? And it's like, that takes away. So I look at someone like Tristan Beck, who's out right now. When he comes back, that gives me a guy who I could stretch out, I could spot start. I just think it makes everything deeper and deeper and deeper. And then you add Robbie Ray into the mix as the arms are getting tired. Maybe you go 6-man rotation. I'm with you on it. And
Luke Jackson, we didn't get to see him much last year.
Luke Jackson's an intriguing guy.
He's an intriguing
arm.
He
is an intriguing guy. Well, and then, so you brought up Ryan Walker. He's kind of got a frisbee kind of throw. And then you got, obviously, Tyler Rogers, submariner. You got the over-the-top lefty, his brother. You got Camilo throwing right-handed cheddar. They've got different looks, too. And I think that really messes with
Jordan
hitters.
Hicks. Jordan Hicks, what's his role going to be?
He's kind of a wild card for me.
Yeah.
In the sense that, like, what's he going to look like as a starter? And if it doesn't work as a starter, now you're forced to put him in the bullpen. But he does blow 100.
Yeah, can he be my bridge guy? Is he a guy that you want to play every day? Do you want to play him pitch him every 5 days? But I do feel a lot better about the bullpen if they do get the ball to the bullpen. But Kyle Harrison, I mean, Flip came out right away. Just said, set the bar high. Set the bar hard. So, look at him just gush about Kyle Harrison.
Kyle has his mentor in Logan Webb, and he's got a guy to really watch closely in Blake Snell to figure out, how he's doing it with similar kind of stuff. And I do think, Kyle Harrison gets kind of lost in the shuffle with all these moves. I think Kyle is poised to have a great year. I mean, look, you never know, young guys, young pitchers, but gosh, I of all the players in camp, of everything that's happened this spring, his performance has maybe been the most exciting. I think Kyle Harrison could be awesome this year.
And Flip, really? You really think he could be awesome?
Set the bar high. It should be. He should have high expectations for himself too. He's that talented, and he's super motivated to be great. I mean, look, the dirty secret in pro sports is even with all the money on the line, not everybody is the same level of motivated. And Kyle Harrison is he wants to be great. So I think the combo of his aptitude, the stuff, the way he's looked this spring, I have big expectations for Kyle.
So this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. High expectations for the local kid, Kyle Harrison.
So, I mean, I'm looking at his game logs from last year. You know, the guy went 6 1/3 in his second start. He got into the 6th inning. In the next 2 starts after that, he only went the 4 innings against Cleveland, into the 6th inning against the Dodgers, into the 6th inning against the Dodgers. And that's at the end of a year, pitching the most amount of innings he had ever pitched to that point in his professional career. I mean, these are all late August, early September, into October starts. So to your point about expectations and everything, I just would tell everyone, he's 22. He doesn't have a long track record. Right. This is the bigs. You're going to get your teeth kicked in at times. But I'm excited for the guy, man. Like, he does have electric stuff, and he's only got 9 innings in the spring thus far. He looks good. ERAs are like under 1.2. He looks good. You want to see your young players get off to a hot start, and I think having Blake Snell, moving him into favorable matchups where, you know, you get into day 3, day 4 of a series, and maybe there's more platooning, there's more resting going on, because we know guys rest now more than ever. He's going to get advantageous opportunities against lesser opponents. I like him not being your number 2 heading into the season. I mean, shoot, if Cobb comes back, maybe he's your 4.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I love that.
That's fine. But if he's your 4, that means things are going well. Cobb had a very solid season last year.
Cobb was awesome.
Can I count on him to be healthy for 6 months? I don't know.
He's an old guy.
Right, he's an older guy. The name Jordan Montgomery is intriguing to me. I've always liked Jordan Montgomery.
I'd add him.
He's a National League type of pitcher to me, not an American League type of pitcher. But I guess that really doesn't matter now that you have universal DH.
I get what you're saying.
Know what I'm saying? But he feels like an old school National League pitcher. I don't know. Jordan Montgomery, if the starters do get off to a rough start, maybe that's an option for the Giants, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Also, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business X Line, as it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, your trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. So, expectations with the Giants. Expectations. Are we just jumping the gun here as we get closer and closer to opening day? I do feel a lot better about them. But something Shaskin and Bags wrote yesterday about the team and about everything that's happened with Rennell Brooks-Moon and, of course, J.D. Davis, and he wasn't happy about it. But Bagley basically was writing, about the ambassador, basically, Rennell Brooks-Moon. And we all know Rennell. We've had her on the show. And basically, Bags said, these are no longer Peter McGowan's Giants. There's very little romanticism involved in personnel decisions right now. You don't have to be management consultant to understand not only that we are all replaceable, but also that we are all fated to be replaced on this planet. Times change, people change, things as fleeting as ballpark experiences change. What past as efficient business decisions might often be unpopular, but disconnect can be rendered temporary. It's still winning. The winning is supposed to fix everything, and that's what the Giants are betting on. So after they were rebuffed by Ohtani and Yamamoto, they spent $400 million to overhaul their roster. They have 2 new starting pitchers and a third on the way back from the traders room. A new third baseman. We forgot about Robbie Ray. Obviously, a new third baseman to match him. A new DH in Jorge Soler. New center fielder Joe Hooley. And even new backup catcher. It's a lot. By the way, Joey Bart already had a good spring.
He's out of options, though, so that they're going to have to find a spot. I'd rather see him than Tom Murphy, but I'm sure someone will make some bogus case that Tom Murphy, is friends with guys in the bullpen, and thus him once every 5 days is better than Bart. I'd rather see Bart. Like, we've had him this long. Might as well see if it works.
So Bagley ended up writing, Bob Melvin may have escaped the chaos in San Diego, but his new gig suddenly has just as fervent a mandate. Now missing the postseason would not qualify as a disappointment. It would be a disaster. Bagley writes, missing the postseason would not qualify as a disappointment. It would be a disaster if the Giants don't make the postseason.
You sacrifice your second and third round picks for these one-year deals. You sacrifice international pool money for these one-year deals. You're in the luxury tax for these one-year deals. This is an older team. If you just look at the bulk, there are young guys. Don't get me wrong. Logan Webb's still young. Harrison's extremely young. Bailey's extremely young. I'd say Estrada's still young. But the bulk of the team is older. I think we can all acknowledge that. So, yeah, I'm with them. And when your payroll is that high, compete, baby. Compete. I'm with them on that.
So would it be disappointing to you if they don't make the playoffs?
Yeah, I'd be very disappointed. I want to see them,
you?
Especially considering how many teams make the playoffs.
Right.
Like if this were the old, 4 teams make the playoffs, I'd be like, all right, yeah, that's hard. But no, like the way that its format is, I will push back on one thing though. The romanticism around the Giants, to me, I feel like that's overrated. And the reason why I feel like that's overrated, the Giants have been cold and calculated and have made financial and roster decisions that the fan base was not happy with. And I'll just give a couple in there, and some of them are older. They didn't re-sign Will Clark. They chose Robbie Thompson. I remember it. I was here. Remember? People were pissed. They did trade away Matt Williams. People were pissed. And it ended up netting them Jeff Kent. They did let Jeff Kent walk. Jeff Kent walked. They did release the taxes of Dusty Baker on his way out the door. They did get mad at Jeff Kent for doing wheelies with his motorcycle and were furious with him and basically leaked that out to the public. They have made shrewd moves, not retaining their own. Pablo Sandoval, the way the Pablo Sandoval thing went down, half the fan base was mad, half the fan base was okay with it in terms of allowing him to leave. I feel like they were cold and calculated. Now, they did keep some of their guys too long. I don't diminish that. But like to say that they've never, everything's family friendly and they never made anybody angry. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's a lie. I don't know who's saying that, but they have. But it hasn't been like this.
No, I would agree. It
hasn't been like this.
It hasn't been this cold and calculated.
And especially with this regime that a lot of people have not warmed up to when it comes to Farhan Zaidi and Charles Johnson. So the Giants, they look a lot better on paper. Let's see how it plays out. I do feel a lot of optimism. I'm intrigued as well. I'm still intrigued with them. Boy. What is going to happen here with the Giants? They are playing well, but what's going to happen with the Warriors? Where are we at with the Warriors right now? 888-957-9570. They got to win a game today, so let's get into that as Anthony Slater will join the program at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, our 95.7 The Game Insider. That's brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose?
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
TJD saw what he did the other night against the New York Knicks. He was a bright spot in that loss to the New York Knicks. Went 9 for 9. 9 for 9. He's the 8th Warrior in the shot clock era to go 9 for 9 or better from the field in a game, and the second to do so this season. So Trace Jackson Davis did it after Kuminga went 11 for 11 back on January 24th earlier this season. Trace Jackson Davis did it against the New York Knicks Monday night, 9 for 9, becoming the second player to do so for the Warriors this season, and the 8th Warrior in the shot clock era to do so. Force Warriors rookie, by the way, to go 9 for 9 in the shot clock era or better in the field, from the field in the game this season. So Trace Jackson Davis entered his name in the history books for the Golden State Warriors.
I like it. I love this beat, by the way. God, I love this beat. I love this song. Baby, if you give it to me. No, B, you're not feeling this?
I like the song. It's not bad. Yeah, it's good.
Was this a Mariah or is this a Buster? Like
Buster Rhymes.
It was a it was featuring Mariah.
Correct.
Not the other way around.
This is the commercialized Buster. This wasn't.
Well, he didn't write his own
ELE.
raps. I thought.
Did he? He didn't?
No, I thought he had a guy that wrote his raps.
Really? Because what's ELE? What was the name of that album?
I don't know. He's got so many hitters.
That album was. I mean, Busta Rhymes is very underrated.
Very.
We don't talk about him enough in hip hop.
Flip mode.
His verse on "Look at Me Now," Chris Brown, Lil Wayne might be one of the hardest of all time. It's so sick.
Underrated actor as well.
Well, what else has he been in?
Shaft. He's been in Shaft. He's been in Who's the Man.
Who's the Man?
He's Higher Learning. Remember Higher Learning?
Yeah.
You gotta Google it.
Halloween Resurrection. Breaking Point.
Don't remember that one.
Was that like the 10th Halloween?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't. I guess I missed that one.
Probably.
Who's the Man? Ed Lover, Dr. Dre.
Yep.
Classic.
Absolute
classic. And it's like a who's who of rappers, too.
Yeah, Busta Rhymes is 51 years old now. Damn. 51? Yeah, his studio albums. Extinction Level Event. The Final World Front, 1998. That was a great album. When Disaster Strikes was great. Remember Cavassier? He put Cavassier on the map.
Right.
Who's his boy? Split Star?
Split Star. I thought that's the guy who wrote it for him.
Maybe,
I could
because
be wrong.
he's always on tour with them.
Yeah.
That's his right-hand man.
Yeah,
he's always dancing with them. Their videos, their music videos. Busta Rhymes, the production
Put your
value.
hands where the eyes can see is like a classic.
Classic. Their dance moves and the way he rapped, fast, slow, didn't matter. People were scared to freestyle against him. Busta Rhymes, man.
Well, he had a whole aura and delivery and the cadence. It was very unique. And in the era now where it feels like a lot of the younger artists all kind of replicate the same sound and the same style and the same format with the same cadences. That era is it produced so much diversity.
Yeah, no doubt. It is. There's a lot of diversity.
God, you start going through his catalog, you realize how underrated he is.
He was very underrated. Very underrated. I was trying to think of a good segue to go from underrated to Golden State Warriors. Underrated.
Overrated.
Just properly rated.
I feel like, and the more I've thought about this, Monte, I might be giving way too much of the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the championship core. They've got it inside of them. And like, I understand you're always going to get the benefit of the doubt when you've won as many championships as this core has. At what point, though, did we say the Spurs are done? Because I don't know if I can pinpoint the exact moment.
Maybe 2018, when the Kawhi stuff started happening. When the Kawhi and Uncle Dennis, right before the 2019 season, when he got traded that summer. I was actually in Cuba when he got traded.
When like Tony Parker and stuff were calling him out for being soft and stuff like that.
I was in Cuba. We're all waiting for Kawhi to get traded. I remember finally got to the resort in Cuba. I was in Havana for the first part, Old Town Havana, so you got no ESPN. We get to the resort, and we're like, oh, we got a sports channel.
Oh.
And it was the day Kawhi got traded to Toronto. That's when I felt like the Spurs were done. That was 2019.
Done.
Done.
Yeah, I might have put a fork in them prior to that. Like they're relevant, but it didn't mean like they were championship. But I could be wrong.
Well, 2017, they were up in game 1 on the Warriors. They were up 23 at Oracle.
It's one game.
They were rolling.
Okay.
And remember that season.
Then his ankle got rolled.
It started, Zaza, Olai won. I still don't think he can go back to San Antonio.
Nothing easy.
I love Zaza. But they started off the season going to Oracle Arena and winning by 30 against the Warriors.
Okay.
So that matchup, I thought was going to be tough for them. I'm not saying the Warriors would have lost that matchup, but that Spurs team was really, really good.
All right.
They were good.
When did we put a fork in the Lakers with Kobe and Gasol?
I mean, when they got swept by the Mavericks, we were like, yeah, they're done. When they got swept by the Mavs.
Okay.
And Andrew Bynum got kicked out of that game for, what did he do? Clothesline, J.J. Barrera?
How many more years after that?
Well, once Kobe tore his Achilles, it was night-night for sure.
Yes.
But that was their last.
That was their last kind of hurrah because Dwight Howard and the back spasm with Steve Nash. That was kind of it.
And that was the second-round team.
What year was that?
What year? It was 2011.
2011.
So...
And they were, 2 years removed from the championship? 09?
2011 is when they got popped against the Mavericks. And then about 2 years after that, when they got Steve Nash, like 2013-ish, they had, remember that Steve Blake, Matt Barnes come in and stuff like that.
I guess where I'm going with is like, there's a false clinging to the hope that your team is going to find a way to, reinvent itself on the fly with some of the core championship pieces. And the more and more I've thought about it, like they got to get an apex dude. The Warriors. Like if they have any shot of salvaging anything with 1, 2, 3 of these championship core guys from the glory years, they absolutely need a number one. Yeah. They need a guy in his prime who, alongside Steph Curry, on any given night can give you 30 and can get you bucket after bucket with stops on both ends of the floor with 5 minutes to go in a game.
Yeah, this season... It's been disappointing in a number of ways. It started off being disappointing with the Draymond Green suspensions, right? Then you get Andrew Wiggins' sporadic play. And we get to Klay Thompson. But Klay Thompson, to me, Klay Thompson's been great. I think he's done more for his value in terms of the open market more so than anybody on his team. Now, we have seen Jonathan Kuminga pop. But it took almost a report. It took almost him going to Steve Kerr saying, I need to play. And once they figured that out, he hasn't left the starting lineup. And he's been consistent. Curry's Curry. There's a tick down with Curry. He's slowing down just ever so slightly, but he's still dropping you 27, 5 and 5. Got no issue with Steph. Chris Paul's been very good off the bench for the Golden State Warriors. Been a very good professional for this team. Andrew Wiggins, to me, I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on with the consistency there. He was a consistent 19, 20 point per game scorer. I don't know what's going on. I can't put my finger on it. One day he looks like, boy, two-way Wiggs is back. Then you get a game like the New York Knicks where it's just a dud. Everybody laid a dud though. So I don't know. It feels like this iteration of the Golden State Warriors, after they lost that series to the Lakers, the first time they lost in the Western Conference, under Steve Kerr, since he's been head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Now we're seeing it where they're struggling to get to the play. And I'm watching Minnesota last night against Denver, and I'm like, damn, Minnesota's good. OKC's good.
Old in contrast.
Old. And every game. Short. Every game, too, whether it's against, hell, could be one of the worst teams in the league, the Charlotte Hornets. Like tonight, we're going to see the Memphis Grizzlies. It is a very real possibility that the Warriors are at an athletic disadvantage against the Memphis Grizzlies. You know what I'm saying? Because they are older. So I don't know where this thing's going to go. I know everybody's looking forward to the offseason. Fans are hitting me up on Twitter talking about, I'd rather see this team not make the playoffs. And I'm thinking to myself, you're crazy. I want playoff basketball no matter what. I want to make the playoffs.
For sure.
At least.
Well, especially in Curry's prime.
I don't like, can you imagine a month from now, we're watching the playoffs and the Warriors are not sniffing the 8th seed? That would be insane. Insane.
Can I imagine it?
I mean, I guess we can imagine it.
Unfortunately, yes.
The Rockets 2.5 back of the Warriors.
They have fallen so bad. The Rockets are closer to them than they are to a real playoff spot. But the reality is, this team desperately needs to be thrown a lifeline by another player or another team in the league. I don't know what the quick fix is to get out of this. You need a disgruntled star somewhere. You know, the whale hunting. I know a couple years back, Miami, out of nowhere with no cap space, found a way to get Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And that's what everyone points to. Like, oh, hey, if the Heat can do it, anyone can do it. It's a very unique situation.
Yeah.
It's a very unique situation for a variety of reasons. And so I look at where the Warriors are at and like, hey, if Giannis, hey, if Embiid, hey, if Paul George, you're relying on outside forces to help reconstruct your roster. And even then, you're limited in what you can move and how you can move it. They're just in a really tough spot. And I've thought about it over and over and over. I don't know. There are a combination of things that have to happen, and I just don't know how plausible that is.
Paul George's going to be 34 next year as well.
Right?
So he's no spring chicken. I'm here.
And then how much of an upgrade is that?
Right, yeah, I'm not sure.
And I will take him.
Right. Pronto Communications on YouTube. Wiggs' game is letting the game come to him. Dubs used to have him bringing the ball up to get going. They don't do it much anymore. Problem is that J.K. and Wiggs should be the focus early. I kind of agree. I like when Steph Curry lets the game come to him. Also, I like it when he just explodes in the first quarter, sets the tone. I just love Steph Curry, period. But when you start ball pounding, and the Warriors do get in the habit at times of ball pounding, dribble, which is what they don't want to do. They love 0.5 basketball. We talk about the 300 passes they want per game minimum. I did notice Monday night, and with games that Andrew Wiggins doesn't produce, the ball just doesn't find him. Now, I remember a clip earlier on this season where Chris Paul is mic'd up and he's telling Andrew Wiggins, when you want the ball, you tell me, and you will get the ball. It's almost like Wiggins, we want you to demand to get the basketball a little more because the ball doesn't pop around, especially when they fall behind and become three-point crazy. And I don't know, man. Maybe Wiggins, a lot of fans probably think, man, who the hell is Wiggins? And like the game coming to Andrew Wiggins, a lot of people are scoffing at that right now. I get why a lot of people are down on Andrew Wiggins because of the sporadic play. But he is a rhythm player. And when that ball's hopping around and it's moving from side to side and he's touching it and feeling good, you do get better production from him. When you get the ball pounding, and Podziemski gets caught in that sometimes, and he'll learn from it. All of a sudden, the ball doesn't find Wiggins, doesn't find J.K. And then we're looking up and we're saying, man, Wiggins only has 5 shots through the first 20 minutes of the game? How's that possible?
I see, but for me, like the offense is secondary to the rebounding and the defense.
Well, they're the best rebounding team in the league.
No, I'm talking about Wiggins in particular. I'm talking about Wiggins. Like I've never looked at him like he has to score 20. But they also had more firepower around him. Right. And so when you have a Jordan Poole dropping 20 points a game off the bench, you're not relying on Andrew Wiggins to get his shots in the same fashion. And it just feels like I don't see I'm going to lock down whoever is in front of me, and I'm going to rebound like a man possessed, and I'm going to attack the rim with authority. I see a lot of, I go to the rim, and I throw up something, and then it doesn't go in, and I kind of jog back, and he's just not engaged the way it was. Like, to me, it's very simple. It's engagement level.
Right. And the other night where you got Jalen Brunson out there playing for the Knicks, that's a night where the expectation is, Wiggins, you got that guy, you lock him up. You're our best individual perimeter defender, go lock him up. And now McBride got going, so maybe you change your defensive coverages, but that's the guy we all thought he was, the lockdown defender, and it just hasn't happened this year. It hasn't happened consistently, I should say. Consistently. But however, Steve Kerr, he's still, and since we're speaking of Wiggins, here's Steve Kerr on Andrew Wiggins.
We want Andrew to be more aggressive. He had a great game in L.A. on Sunday. I think the more aggressive he is looking for his shot, the better. There are times with our team where he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. We run our offense through Steph and Draymond, obviously. Chris Paul comes onto the floor, and he's going to have the ball in his hands. And, Clay's going to get a lot of shots up. And I think sometimes Andrew gets lost, and he's not the kind of guy to demand the ball, demand shots. So I think I've got to do a better job of keeping him engaged and really getting him in positions to attack and to be successful.
Is the Warriors' problem offensive or defensive?
Both. They're both connected.
I might argue it's defensive more than offensive. But I will say they don't have the same punch that they've had in years past. That's like undeniable, right? But but B, like their point of attack defense, their ability to close out on people, to contest shots. These are all down from the glory years. They just don't have the athleticism that they've had in years past.
Right.
And, having that legitimate two guard who can lock up on the perimeter, it hides so much of any of the deficiencies that they have in that backcourt. And I believe that it also, staying in front of people, allows you to play smaller players alongside those guys.
Well, the thing with Wiggins and defensively with the Golden State Warriors, because defensively, they're not the same team. And I think that has to go with rim protection. You're the smallest team in the league. It really shows up on that side of the floor. And when you can't stay in front of your opponents, this is why when people say, start Chris Paul and Steph Curry, where you put yourself at a disadvantage defensively. They're very good team defenders, but individually, things are going to happen. Point guards in this league is so stacked. Like that guard position is so stacked with just skillful players, whether it's Kyrie, whether it's Dame Dollar, whether it's Tyrese Maxey, Luka. I mean, there's so many good guards. So it's going to be hard to stay in front of the guys all the time. But when you don't have that rim protector, all of a sudden, you look at San Antonio, right? San Antonio is going to, in the future, with Wemby, they're going to be able to have guards who could just funnel their guys into Wemby.
Yes.
Warriors had that was Bogut, Zaza, JaVale McGee, where you could just funnel these guys into your bigs who could block shots or alter shots. You don't have that right now, so that's a problem defensively. And when you're not the most athletic team, these guys get into the paint, 2 feet in the paint, and break your defense down. All of a sudden, you're scrambling. And all of a sudden, you're seeing McBride hit wide open threes. All of a sudden, you're seeing whoever was Sohan for the Spurs hitting wide open threes a couple Saturdays ago against San Antonio because you're scrambling because you don't have the athleticism and you don't have the individual defenders that you once had on this team. So defensively, yes, they have taken a step back. Offensively, I just think in tight games, they just get too Steph reliant. Instead of the ball movement, you become too pick and roll reliant, which is why when these fans are like, oh, let Steph cook, put the ball in his hands, we see what happens when you do it. Teams double and make other guys score. And right now, they don't have those scorers on the floor all at the same time, Shasky.
There's so many ways. I look at Denver as a great example, and they're the reigning champs for a reason. Jokic is not a great defender. He's a wide body, though. That's one thing, and that does matter when you're clogging the lane. But they have length, and I don't even think this guy's a good defender by any stretch. But Porter Jr. is long.
Yep.
Aaron Gordon is long.
Yeah, he's a good
is
defender.
much more rugged in the last couple of years than he had been in years past. So I believe that trio offsets whatever defensive efficiencies that you might have from Jokic. And he brings things to the table in terms of his girth.
Think about his run. Aaron Gordon last year as a defender.
I mean, he's amazing.
KD, LeBron, Jimmy Butler, first round Anthony Edwards. I mean, this guy.
He's athletic, long,
exactly.
And he's thicker than you think he is.
Yep.
Like the Warriors are short and slow and old. That's a horrible recipe
for disaster.
Yeah, it's a horrible recipe.
And when you're small, you want to play faster.
Yes.
But when you're not defended and you're taking the ball out of the hoop, now all of a sudden these other teams, they're setting their defense. So the whole small lineup in the past, everybody say, oh man, the Warriors small ball. To me, they were not small.
No.
Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green, that's not a small front line. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Klay Thompson, right there, two guard. Now, when you play small, you're really small with Pods and Curry and Draymond and Wiggins and Kuminga.
I mean this with all the praise in the world. When Klay was the elite defender that everyone remembers him as, it was a cheat code. Because not only did you have one of the greatest shooters off ball ever who didn't need to have the ball in their hand and would run around and just make things happen, creating space and just punish you if you took a misstep. Defensively, it allowed him to just completely take on in a one-on-one with no helps and no worrying, and he would stay in front of people who were half his size. And all of these elite perimeter players, whether it's Dame or James Harden, who were in the conference for many years with them, and I know there's many more now, but it was such a cheat code, right? And then it allows other guys to play dudes straight up. And at that time, you didn't have this emphasis on shooting that you have now. You could stash Steph Curry off ball and he can jump passing lanes and lay off people. Nowadays, it feels like the rosters have been so stacked with so much skill and so much shooting all over the place. You really can't hide defenders.
No.
And when you take away again, one of the best on-ball perimeter defenders out there in Klay Thompson. It was him and Kawhi, like Kawhi to a higher degree.
Right.
It was a small list of guys just a couple of years ago,
right,
before Devin Bookers and guys like that started to come into the league. It was a cheat code for them.
Right.
And when you don't have that same cheat code, it changes dramatically the fabric of how you're fielding the team around them.
That's where you look at Andrew Wiggins, though, as the key figure here defensively. He was that guy who was the built-in replacement for Klay Thompson to defending these top guys. And in 2022, he did it very well. There's been a drop-off.
Agreed.
There. And we're waiting on Kuminga, who's just not experienced enough yet for that role. He's getting there. And he's very capable of doing that. But again, I don't like putting pressure on third-year players on the championship team or the championship core with the championship core. That's why Pods the other day, everybody's ripping Pods. Look, Pods, to me, has exceeded his expectations. We're 15 games out from the playoffs. Don't be blaming Pods. Pods is not the reason you're losing to the New York Knicks. Pods is playing this role. He's been thrust into a starting role. And I'm just trying to think how difficult that must be. I'll play next to Steph, Dre, and at times Klay Thompson. I was just a Santa Clara 8 months ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to go down Pod's road.
No, I'm not mad at Pods. Can I go to another person? Because I brought up Klay, and again, he got hurt. So I'm not ripping Klay. He got hurt and changed who he was. Like, it's sad. It's like really sad, and everybody misses the old player that he was. And I'm trying to appreciate the last few years of his career, and he's evolving on the fly. But there's another guy that I feel like just hasn't been as good individually. He's still a great help defender. When was the last time? When was the last time Draymond Green's like, I'm taking this guy on right here. I'm the best defender in the game. Well, at least that's what he tells us, right? I'm taking this guy and I'm going to lock him up tonight. When was the last time you can remember him saying that?
It's been a while.
I would say Jokic in that first round a couple years back feels like the last time I can remember him taking that challenge on and locking somebody up. And even then, Jokic was spectacular because he's a spectacular player.
Well, here's the deal. And I was watching Draymond closely Monday night with the seats that I had. And he's been one of the better weak side defenders this league has ever seen.
No question.
Individually, Hartside was going at him. And I just think back to the Boston game. And we didn't talk much about it, but I think back to the Boston game. They get beat by 52. And Draymond Green comes on and he says, look, man, we came up, and I don't know, if maybe it was tongue-in-cheek, that, hey, we came out with the game plan 15 minutes before tip-off. And that was the game plan, was to leave Jaylen Brown wide open. Now, a lot of great defenders. Ron Artest, Scottie Pippen.
Jordan, Kobe.
Michael Jordan, Kawhi Leonard. It's the greatest of the greats defending. Their mindset is, I'm guarding that guy, and he's not getting a shot up.
Taking the challenge on.
I'm shutting him down. Monday night, you needed somebody to turn the water off from Brunson or McBride. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. And Draymond was not good last game. He was not. Now, Steve Kerr mentioned that his back was giving him problems. And you know what? We got to listen to him. We'll play that in a second. Maybe the back is a problem. But taking on Jaylen Brown and accepting that, said, yeah, okay, let's try it. The greatest defenders of all time say, nuh-uh. Jaylen Brown's not going to shoot it. Ron Artest is saying, Jaylen Brown's not going to shoot it. He's not getting airspace. I'm going to breathe all over him. He's going to get so irritated with me that technicals will happen. Draymond Green, late in game 4 against the Sacramento Kings. We saw him do that against De'Aaron Fox, and I said, that's
okay. There's a good example.
Yes, that's what we're talking about here. On a team that is small, and now I get it. He's playing small ball 5. Do you want to roam it out the paint? Because if he's out of the paint,
you mismatch somewhere else.
You get a screen, he gets switched. All of a sudden, you really got no rim protection. You got no enforcer in the paint. So it's a tough situation to be in, which is why he plays so well alongside Andrew Bogut and Zaza and David West or whoever it was. That's why TJD, you're seeing some of that lineup there. I think Draymond does need somebody behind him. And this is what we were talking about yesterday. Getting some size and a rim protector. This is where the Wiseman pick hurts. Because this would have been year 4 of Wiseman. And what if he is a serviceable big man who's protecting the rim and blocking shots? And I'm just bringing that up because that's what, you imagine if they took Okongwu, for example. Okongwu's not a bad defender. At least you got somebody there with size who can protect the rim. And that's where Draymond gets to roam. Now you're playing small ball 5. He can't leave the paint. So on the flip side, I hear you. Defending the top wing player. I want to see that. That's what the greatest DPOYs do, right? They take away the top player and say, I'm guarding this guy. He's not doing anything. But on the flip side, I'm thinking to myself, damn, if you do have a roaming on the perimeter guarding these guys, who's protecting the paint?
But I mean, what is he? What do you think he's undersized? What half a foot? For most guys he's guarding?
6'6", 6'7".
What do you think? He's 50 pounds lighter than a lot of the bigs that he's going up against? So it is taking a physical wear and tear. But B, to your point, like, for you mentioned the all-time legends. The Tony Allens, the Shane Battiers, the Bruce Bowens. That's what they did, And so you can't pound your chest and tell me you're the greatest defender of all time and then only play help side. You know what I mean? Only play on the weak side. You got to take somebody out every now and then. But to your point, I do believe like they're just at a disadvantage defensively because of the roster that they have. And that's why I go back to the big picture of they need a lot of moves, dude. They're not one move away.
Right, no,
they're multiple moves away this offseason.
But back to Draymond for a second. Look, I hear everything you're saying, and I'm not ripping him. I think they're in a tough spot. I'm in lockstep with you. But at the same time, he is your small ball 5. He's playing the 5 spot at 6'6", 250. You got to guard dudes like Jokic and Wemby, AD, Zubac.
It's physically demanding.
You're going to have to guard Naz Reid on Sunday if he's back with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Karl-Anthony Towns is healthy, you're guarding. So it's a lot that goes through that. And if you do get him, say the other night, right? Draymond, you got Jalen Brunson. Well, who's protecting the paint against Hartenstein? Who's protecting the paint against McBride? Who's protecting the paint against DiVincenzo when he's driving to the rim? So now there's a give and take. You want Draymond guarding the best player?
That's a great point.
Or do you want him in the paint trying to bang with the bigs and grabbing rebounds and pushing the pace? But you can't have it both ways.
No, but I think, to me, that shows very clearly the flaws of the entire roster.
Well, there's no doubt about
that. Right? Like you're right. We can't have it both ways. I completely agree with you. And so that's where the flaws of the roster, top to bottom, and how everything's allocated, whether it's roles, money, playing time, positional redundancy. I mean, my God, we've got 1 million defend-only wings, and no one's defending.
Right. So
I mean, this is where you got GP2, but you can't overplay him because he can't shoot.
Right, and he's a smaller guard.
And he gets hurt too a lot.
Well, also with GP2, and he knows his role. When you play GP2, I saw lineups the other day. I think Pods, I could be wrong, but it was like GP2 and another non-offensive threat. If you're going to roll with GP2 or Dre, you got to have one. You got to have 4 threats out there. All these teams in the Western Conference got 5 threats to score. Now, they're not just defensive. If they are defense, like Lou Dort, for example, OKC, we know he's known as the torture chamber. He's going to lock up, but he's also going to hit a corner 3.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. He's also going to hit a corner 3. Same thing with the T-Wolves and their personnel. They got guys, if they're going to be defenders, they also can step out and hit the 3.
But so the other aspect of this is I do believe Kevon Looney's regression caught everyone by surprise. It felt like the entire league got more athletic than him. He was never the most athletic dude. But I'm saying literally unplayable against some of these athletes overnight. It happened overnight. And then you factor in the fact that he does not hit an outside shot and won't hit an outside shot. It's constraining your offense. He became unplayable. And it felt like Looney being an effective player was baked into the roster. And we found out immediately that you just cannot rely on that. Happened. And I do think that threw a huge monkey wrench into a lot of their planning.
Because that's your big.
I mean, I feel like we haven't talked about that enough.
Right. No, that's been huge. And also the disappearing guy from the Dario Saric. Wow. He can't buy a bucket right now. And obviously Chris Paul getting hurt him, and it took him out of his rhythm. They had to pick a pop game rolling, the pick and roll game rolling. Now you're not playing too big. Now the only true big you're playing is Trace Jackson-Davis.
Yes.
And he's a rookie. And that's asking a lot for him. Steve Kerr, he was asked if the 6th seed is still the Warriors' goal.
It's definitely going to be more difficult, than I would have anticipated. I thought we were in a really good place, and I think Steph's injury knocked us off course a little bit. And now we're on the outside looking in on the race for 6. but we don't really control, anything other than ourselves. And so the only thing we can do is, get better, keep plugging away, and just keep pushing forward and end up with the best possible seed, whatever that is. And as I just said, Miami and the Lakers, great examples last year coming out of the play-in and making great playoff runs. So I know we can do this, but we've just got to keep plugging away.
All right, Steve Kerr mentioned that. And then he was asked about if there's a lack of motivation for the play-in tournament.
I don't think so. Draymond hasn't said that to me. I just think that, my guess is that after a decade of this, playing into June, so many playoff games, there's just fatigue involved at times, and I think that's probably what Draymond was referring to. I can tell you this: if we're in the play-in situation and we've got to win a game or two games, we will be incredibly motivated. And if we end up in that spot, I will remind the guys, Miami made the finals from that spot a year ago. The Lakers made the conference finals from that spot. So we have everything in front of us. We have our goals in front of us. And even though it's been an uneven season and, we're a lot of ups and downs, I will believe until the season is 100% finished, I will believe in our ability to beat anybody. And as long as we have that, we got a shot.
That's Steve Kerr. You guys buying it? 888-957-9570.
What? If it was a shot, what kind of... It's not a layup, that's for sure.
It's not a layup.
So what kind of shot is this?
It's a Steph Curry step-back three.
No, it is not.
It's not?
That is as close to a layup as a layup is. No, it is not that.
Is this a Draymond three-point attempt?
In the second half?
133-28 when he hits two more threes. 133-28 when he hits four more threes. I don't know. We'll talk to Slater about it in a second.
This is the Monte Ellis from the tunnel, underhand, side of the basket.
Really?
I'm going way down into the rabbit hole.
Really?
Yes, that's what this is. It's like bowling.
Listen,
you would bowl the ball up in the air?
I'm in denial, man. I got number 30. I got 11.
Uh-huh. You have the magic bullet?
If they get the right matchup, I do believe the Warriors can make a run here, but how realistic is it? When you watch a game like Monday where it's just like, damn.
Monty, you're talking about the Rockets this morning.
No, I'm not talking about the Rockets. You are.
Well, they're 2.5 out.
The other day. Well, I know that, but I'm not going to worry about them until they're tied. And if once they get tied, then oh my God, the Houston Rockets. They're still the Houston Rockets. They still have Dylan Brooks on that team, right? Emo Duncan, though, they do want that tip spot. They do want that, and there's a game left.
Listen,
Ime Udoka tried to fight LeBron James earlier in the season.
We have fallen so far.
Mention Dylan Brooks in a game against the Warriors, and he does a home alone against the Warriors if they win a game. Like, I don't know. Let's go to BPA. Brian and Palo Alto here on the roast. What's happening, man?
Morning, kids. How you doing?
I'm a man. I'm 40 plus.
I'm older than that. I think, hey, I'm now in acceptance mode now. This is not a championship contender. They're a sub 500 team at home. I think on some level, you have to be able to win a home game to, be a threat to do anything in the playoffs. They're not good, and when Steph and Dre are that bad, like they were the other night, it's like, wow, this is not, not salvageable. But I think bigger picture, I've seen enough Wiggins, It's 2022. Everyone's like, well, 2022 Wiggins is the anomaly in his career. And, whatever this is, it's what it is. And, I think the other guys, Pods has hit kind of a rookie wall, sort of understandable. But, this isn't a champion. This isn't even close to a contending team.
BPA, let me give you a comp. I've been thinking about this long and hard. The 2022 playoffs for Wiggins equals the 2010 playoffs for Cody Ross.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there. Cody Ross.
That's a little harsh.
Yeah, that's harsh.
Yeah. He was really good in both playoffs.
Wiggins has had maybe not the career we all expected as a number one overall pick. Cody Ross was.
I'm saying the impact on the team. But Cody Ross was outstanding in the Philly and the prior series against Atlanta.
I'm not buying.
Too strong?
Yeah, way too strong. Kane just had a bigger
Scooter Rowe in
impact.
2012?
Way bigger impact. Scooter Rowe was okay. It was okay. Cody Ross, the boss, okay, he's fine. But Juan Uribe had as big of an impact as Cody Ross.
All right,
you know what I'm saying?
What if I combine those guys?
Now you're stretching. Now you're just looking for a baseball cop. Now you're just looking so bad. You're trying so bad.
Well, because I don't know, like, there's really no equivalent. The guy, he elevated his game to an unbelievable level, and now it feels so outlier-like. I don't know what else to compare it to.
I think of Cody Ross. I don't think second best player on the Giants during that run.
I mean,
I don't even know if he's in my top 5. Now, he had a great series against the Phillies, but I don't know if he's in my top 5. Andrew Wiggins was bona fide number 2 option.
That's true.
Like that playoff run. It wasn't just one game. It was the entirety of the playoffs. All right, injury report.
Ow!
All right, good morning to everybody out there. I see you, Enrique. I see you, Felipe. My fams. What's up, my fams? Everybody on YouTube supporting the show. We appreciate it. 888-957-9570. We're trying to make sense to what this Warriors team has been. They do have a big game against the Grizzlies tonight, but they may be without Draymond Green tonight when they do host the Memphis Grizzlies at Chase Center. He's listed as questionable with the lower back injury. Steve Kerr joined Willard Dibs yesterday and mentioned that Green's back had been bothering him against the New York Knicks, and the team is trying to stay ahead of the injury to prevent it from getting any worse. So that's something to monitor here over the next 15 games. Draymond Green's back. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater here on the Roast.
With the chef back and ready to cook.
Curry catches it. 3! Got it on the left sideline!
Can the Dubs go on a playoff push and
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're getting ready for work or if you're at work, good morning to you. All the security guards, ushers, carpenters, janitors. Who am I forgetting? Overnight dancers, of course. You always got to say good morning to them. Hopefully they had a great Tuesday night. Upset Lubman, the Fighting Lubmans. Spadoni's in a good mood. The Dodgers, they opened up the season beating the Padres 5-2. We'll see a lot of them this season with the Gigantes. We'll get back into them a little bit later, but shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. We always love your participation in the show. Wow. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. This is a good comp. Cody Ross is closer to Jordan Poole. It's not a bad comp. That's not bad.
Yeah. I would say that, to your point, like Wiggins had an established NBA career. He was just above average, right, in his NBA career, and then turned into excellent, and then has gone back to even worse than what he was before somehow.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what it would be. It's not Nick Foles, that's for darn sure, because Nick Foles wasn't even a starter.
Yeah.
The reason I use Cody Ross, because Cody Ross was a starter for the Marlins, and he's like an average player.
Yeah,
and then but it was only 2 series. To your point, he didn't really do much in the Texas series.
Right.
I was just trying. I'm trying to find a sports comp for Wiggins.
I hear you.
He went from let's just say above average starter to literally the second best player on the team and elite.
Yeah.
And then back down to worse than what he was before.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're trying to do. I applaud the effort. I applaud the effort.
I can't even think of what it
we
would
all
be.
can't think of it. We can't put our finger on it. As it is, a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name. Troy Brown was good. A trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Also, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. No wonder the calls have been down. People are nervous, because if you don't come correct with your phone call, you will hear this sound.
Maybe we just start flushing some of my takes, my opinions.
We can flush Anthony Slater, brought to you by Flowing Water and Plumbing. Anthony Slater joins us. I don't know if it's courtesy of Flowing Water and Plumbing, but if Anthony does not come correct, our 95-70 Game Insider, we may just flush him. Maybe we'll just play this out every answer.
How about I ask him this, Anthony? When was the last time you had plumbing issues?
So my backyard flooded like the last couple of days, and I had to get like an irrigation guy out here. It's been really frustrating me, honestly. So I mean, this is like I feel like I'm still in my nightmare of the last 2 days. I mean, I guess that's not a plumbing issue, but it feels like.
Well, I'm telling you now, you need next time you hit up our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
Will they come up to Sacramento?
They'll take care of you.
I'm sure Brian he'll make a special exception for you.
They specialize in East Bay Peninsula and South Bay, but trust me, for friends of our show, they'll do anything.
And listen, Anthony,
mention the morning roast,
and it's a free estimate, Anthony, so you don't have to pay for them to come out and check your stuff out. That's on the house.
Well, I like it. I'm part of an ad read this morning.
You go. There you go. We were just talking about Andrew Wiggins and discussing this game, and I saw you before the game, and Anthony, you did mention, you go, the Knicks might win this game. I was like, there's no chance. Anthony, this is why you're the expert. This is why you get paid the big bucks. But I swear to you, about 4 minutes left in the second quarter, I looked up at the scoreboard. It's like, is Andrew Wiggins playing today? It was just one of those nights for him as he'll have a good game. He'll be solid like he was Saturday night. And then Monday happened. Now, he wasn't the only one. I don't want to just pinpoint and point the finger at Andrew Wiggins. They just weren't good collectively. But Andrew Wiggins, I mean, have you seen anything like this in all the years you've covered the NBA and all the years you've watched the NBA to where this guy has been a perennial 19-point per game, 17-point per game, 20-point per game scorer who plays solid defense to what he's done for the most part of this season? Have you ever seen anything like this in the NBA?
Yeah, because, I mean, he scored a little bit better early in his career, but it's not like he was, an all-star for 8 years, and then suddenly at age 29 he did this. I mean, what was the rep on him coming out of Minnesota? Why was he available why did he come with what ended up being the 7th overall pick for D'Angelo Russell? I mean, he did this in Minnesota. There were several seasons where, yeah, sure, the counting stats were a little bit better than this year. He's down to 12.6 points per game when he's, was typically in the 17, 18, 19 range in Minnesota, but it was like they never felt the impact on winning, the impact on the game. And I think that's been at times what you certainly felt this season's part of last season. And then, the lack of availability at times has been new this year. But I don't know. Would you identify him as like problem number one, or do you guys?
No, I don't even want to label the problems, but it's been a slew of problems for this team. It's just one of the biggest issues because he probably is, Anthony. Maybe you disagree with this, but I consider him to be the best individual defender, on the ball defender on this basketball team. So when you see a guy like Jalen Brunson, we're thinking, 2022 Wiggs, that's his guy. And no, it wasn't his guy on Monday night, but it's been to me, he was one of the most important players coming into the season, if not the most important, because of what he could do on both ends of the floor. And by him not being consistent this season, the team has been inconsistent this season. And I think he's had a huge hand in that, but I wouldn't say he's problem number 1, 2, 3, or 4. There's a slew of problems with this basketball team.
Yeah, I'd say if we're just talking pure defense, like Gary Payton II has had, several injuries that have popped up. I thought the other night he was really foul prone. He was clearly pretty ticked off post game about the refereeing, but remember he gets called for the flagrant on a Jalen Brunson 3, and they were fouling jump shooters. I know that was one of the main problems they were, upset about. He has not had that high impact season. There have been games where you see that Gary Payton, but he should be their kind of ace defender off the bench. Draymond Green obviously missed several games this season. He's their defensive heartbeat. Klay Thompson is not what he used to be as a perimeter defender. Sure, you needed more from Wiggins. Also, I think maybe Kuminga's offensive responsibilities have maybe stripped away a little bit of his, individual defense on a night-to-night basis. I don't know. There's problems all over. I don't think Steph Curry's having a particularly good defensive season. So there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We had Steve Kerr on, and he dismissed the notion that Draymond's back issues stem from all the minutes that he's played at center. But do you think some of this extended time at center has impacted his overall performance, or maybe just the performance on both ends of the floor for the team?
No, not really, because do you ever see him handling post ups or having to battle off these gigantor centers? No, he just, to me, when Draymond's out there at center, it spaces the floor much better for the Warriors, but I don't see him being physically taxed more than when he's at the 4, really. I mean, it's just not in this modern NBA. I just think his age, and just what the regular season is, which is, it is a grind, and that he's going to kind of, go in and out, and he's had back troubles in the past. I just think it's just naturally playing NBA minutes at his age is going to lead to bumps and bruises. The bigger question is, okay, you can want him to play the 4, but they tried to start Kevon Looney next to him all season. It didn't work. They've tried him and Trace Jackson Davis lineups. They want to do that a little bit more because, that could be part of the future front court. But you know how challenging playing a front court in the modern NBA is? With Jonathan Kuminga at the 3, Draymond Green at the 4, and Trace Jackson Davis at the 5. Those are 3 players that the defense does not believe, are just going to hit threes. Kuminga will actually hit threes. Even Draymond's shooting decent this year, but they're not going to guard them out there. So, that's their trouble, right? And in the modern NBA, you can say, why is Draymond Green playing primarily at the 5? That's kind of what he is at this point. It's what he has to be.
Wow. So they're going to be at a disadvantage then if he's – look, because Draymond does still play elite defense, but he's 6'6", and I watched it, from when I was sitting at Anthony Monday, Hartenstein just was able to get vertical on Draymond and have no problem scoring, and that's not on Draymond. It's a size issue. Even when they were winning the championships, everybody said the small ball lineup, but Kevin Durant is not small. Andre Iguodala with this wingspan is not small. And so now you're really small this season with Podziemski and Curry and sometimes CP3. So in the offseason, when we get there, do you think this organization now, obviously the Wiseman pick looms large here, when that doesn't work out, maybe that's your 5. Is there going to be a heavy emphasis on getting some rim protection and some size down low? Because it feels like the days of playing super small, especially when you're not as athletic as you were, say, 3, 4, 5 years ago, seems like there's going to be an importance on that position. What do you hear with this organization in the offseason as they look ahead to the future?
Well, you made an important point there when you mentioned James Wiseman. I think the sting of the James Wiseman whiff pick, you're feeling more now. Mm-hmm. Because James Wiseman, this would have been year 4, year 3, 4. It is. Yep. I mean, that's when he was supposed to matter. And not only was he supposed to matter as their starting center, but a shooter, right? You remember when he came in the league his rookie year, he was hitting threes. I can remember one game against Minnesota. He was hitting like pin down, like coming off screens, like in Klay Thompson type of actions. And it was like, oh man, this is the perfect center to have next to Draymond because he could space the floor, but also rim protect, as you mentioned. And it's the modern way, right? How would Chet Holmgren, for example, who was also like Wiseman, a second overall pick, look? Why did they look at Kelly Olynyk at the trade deadline? Why were they interested in him? I think they do want a center that can shoot next to Draymond. I think that's what Dario Saric, theoretically was supposed to be at times this season. That's what JaMychal Green was supposed to be last season. Neither of those two free agent signings worked quite as good as Otto Porter did, a couple of years ago. So you have to have a specific big next to him because, look, two non-shooters. That's why the Looney lineup next to Draymond has been such a problem. So, yeah, I mean, I presume will be an emphasis this summer, but you still got to get the right player because you can go sign a Dario Saric for the vet minimum. He's about as good as you could have gotten. I think we all like that signing this summer. Hasn't really been that effective over the last couple months.
It's interesting because you're referencing, and Bonte and I do this from time to time. There's this thing about Wiseman. He's just not good. He never could play. He was never any. He did show some signs of life, and he showed a lot of, I thought, flashes, especially in that first season. And he got hurt, and then when he came back, it looked horrible. Don't get me wrong. It did. It looked horrible. But if the Warriors could go back and redo something outside of the actual selection, what part would they redo? Trading him outright? Developing him sooner? Like, where do you think the misstep was with that?
I think that first year they tried to hit fast forward too quick. He didn't even remember he got COVID his rookie year in camp. Didn't play any preseason, barely practiced, and then they started him in Brooklyn night one. Yeah. And he scored like 19 points against his first game.
KD
like
and Kyrie, in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And he held his own against Giannis on Christmas Day in the first half.
And then literally like 2 nights later, he went to Brooklyn, and it was like, I believe it was Mason Plumlee. He like blocked his floater, dribbled down the floor, did a Euro step dunk, and like the internet exploded. Like the Warriors have Giannis now. It was like people thought they had hit this home run. You can even go back, and there are quotes from like Draymond and Steve Kerr at the time that's like, we found our foundational center. Like it was pretty definitive at the time. And I think 2 things. I think number one, like they fast forwarded that belief that he was a star too quickly and too publicly. And then number 2, I just think they tried to fit him too much into the Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr offensive ecosystem when he was never built to play that way. So I think they should have simplified his role to like a pick and roll dive big, and not try to make him do Andrew Bogut dribble handoffs and, some of like the flare screens and this and that. He just wasn't ready for that.
What about the Gary Payton Jr. Gary Payton second trade? If they knowing everything they know now about where they're at and the redundancy of their roster, you think they would have just if they could do a redo? You think they do that trade again?
Yeah, because that was partly about getting off the money. They saved a bunch of tax, and there was a belief by then. And I think the injuries really did snowball on James, and he never developed like he could have if he doesn't have the meniscus tear, which ends up forcing him to miss a season and a half, by the way. There were complications with that. They had to do a cleanup, procedure. So by that point, I think they wanted to really just – he would have been making like 9-point-something last year, 12-point-something this year. He was probably going to be available this summer, by the way, as like a minimum free agent. But no, I think they'd make that trade again because not only was it not working, but like the rhetoric around it. Just remember, like that was a talking point every day on y'all's airwaves, for sure.
No doubt. Oh man, it's a lot of talking points every day on these airwaves.
The other thing I will say, Trace Jackson Davis, they drafted him 57th overall. Like he's ready. They like him. He's good. Like. He's not a shooter, so I do think they do need to find a shooting big, but I think they kind of like him as a very cheap, by the way, from a contract standpoint.
If you could pair him with another big, another guy who can space the floor, Anthony, I think TJD has been impressive. 9 for 9 the other day. First rookie to do that since the shot clock era, for the Golden State Warriors. I mean, I'm looking at Gafford and Lively in Dallas. I'm looking at some of these other teams that have tandems where I'm like, wow, that works. Dive into the basket, dunking, high percentage shots. TJD is all that there. As we're talking to Anthony Slater, I almost said Anthony Davis. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 Game Insider on the Morning Roast. So, what's the best case scenario with this team? And what happens this summer if they do reach that best case scenario? Let's say the best case scenario is they enter the playoffs and they lose in the first round. Obviously, Joe Laco's not going to be happy with that.
Y'all feeling really, really rough this morning. That's the best case scenario.
No, I'm not saying it's the best case. I mean, best case scenario is going to the NBA Finals, no doubt about that. But I mean, but I'm not saying that, Shasky, that they're going to go to the NBA Finals.
I'm scared they're going to lose a home game to the Grizzlies, and we're talking about the NBA Finals.
Shasky's worried about the Rockets right now.
With the Houston Rockets on their tails?
He's worried about Dillon Brooks and the Rockets.
Hey, the Rockets, I watched them last night. Jalen Green's kind of starting to pop a little
42
bit.
42 last night.
42, yeah. I mean, it was the Wizards. It was a rough defensive showing. But, they have a really easy schedule, like the next few. But then, the Rockets' schedule does get tough. They do play the Warriors in Houston coming up, which, like you said, could be kind of a big game. But I don't know. No Sengun. And by the way, the Warriors already clinched the tiebreaker. I don't think they're getting caught from behind, but the fact that we're talking about it is quite something.
Clinching the tiebreaker for the 10th spot is the saddest sentence throughout this entire Warrior dynasty.
Down bad
They've
right now,
already
Slater.
clinched the tiebreaker for the 10th spot.
Hey, the Giants season's coming up. Prepare yourself. You're going to be having these, like fourth wild card. Can they, Diamondbacks? You're going to be talking about that.
Hey, dog, I'm all locked in. We are fired
I know. I heard
up.
it. But I believe you were locked in a few weeks ago. But the Warriors had a big win, and I believe I saw you declaring that the time was coming. So
do you know one of my sayings? It's called pivot, don't panic. When presented with new information, you might want to sell that stock.
You're really high on the Blake Snell signing, huh? When he walks like 7 guys in his second starter.
Slater knows his baseball.
Oh, he does? Well, then do you also know that we also picked up a legitimate DH, the best defensive third baseman available?
Oh, my gosh.
We've got the best young left-handed arm in the game right now in Kyle Harrison.
Hey, you see what I'm going to have to go through all season?
Second best youngest catcher in the game.
Third in the NL West has been clinched. I mean, you can send it in now.
Hey, second could get you to the World Series like the Arizona Diamondbacks last year.
And Slater, my producer Sam Lubman yesterday's talking about don't let us get in because anything happens in October.
Let us get in. That's
and
a
I'm
little
just
strong.
Like, we got from boy get Farhad out of here to boy. We could play with the Dodgers. I mean, it's fascinating what's happening out here.
More likely at this point, Warriors unlikely run to the NBA Finals or Giants to the World Series.
If I had to put 100, I'd probably put it on the Giants. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Man,
it's the truth.
I'm not betting against Steph Curry. I'm not betting against Steph.
What about the other 11 guys?
Yeah, I'm not betting against Clay either or CP3.
I thought Chasky was about to drop. What about Seth Corey? Isn't that one of their
well played. Well played.
That's well played there. By the way, Lutman is Spinoni like, who's Anthony's baseball team? Well, I figured this out once Anthony moved to the Bay Area. It's the Cleveland Guardians. Big time Guardians fan. I do like Shea Bieber.
Ramirez.
Third in the AL Central is also on the way, so I can't talk to you.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a rough year for Cleveland. Pajimski, real quick. A lot of people are getting on Pajimski. I can't get out of him. I think he's exceeded expectations for the Golden State Warriors this season. I'm impressed with the rookie, but do you think he's hit a wall, the quote-unquote rookie wall? What did you see from Pods over the last couple weeks?
Well, I still think he does a lot of the small stuff, although he didn't rebound well the other night. And typically he does, right? Usually you see him up at 6, 7, 8 rebounds. His assist totals are, chunk assists, 4 or 5. He's going to take the charge. He's going to play solid enough team defense. Where you have not seen it lately is the scoring, right? Scoreless in 25 minutes the other night. I think his offensive limitations at this point in his career in a starting lineup that, does not have Clay is maybe shown lately, right. But that's, part of his growth process. I do think longer term, he has some scoring upside. He's off the bounce threes have been solid this year. His catch and shoot ones haven't. I've talked to him. I know that he wants to eventually kind of polish up the mid range and maybe go to the mid range a little bit more. It's been floaters, those little hooks that haven't worked as well. Not finishing it inside as much. But again, I mean, you mentioned it's part of why the team is the 10th seed. They're starting a 19-year-old rookie. They're playing a rookie center a bunch. They're leaning young, and young is exciting at times in the NBA, but young typically doesn't get you to the West Finals, NBA Finals.
No doubt about that. By the way, the Grizzlies have 11 guys on the injury report. A lot of guys are out.
So that means career night for at least 2 players.
Better watch out for G.G. Jackson. That's for sure.
He killed him in Memphis.
Yeah, remember that? Martin
I
King
do
Jr.
remember.
Day? Oh, who's the other guy who killed him? The young man out of VCU. I got to do my Grizzlies scouting report. There's another guy out of VCU who destroyed him in that game, too.
You talking about the small point guard?
The small point guard. You know who I'm talking about. Even Slater's like, yeah, a who's who of guys.
Jacob Gilliard, I believe.
Yeah, Gilliard. He had a solid game.
I got a bad news for you. I believe they cut him.
The Grizzlies are one team I'm not watching on League Pass. That's for sure. Anthony Slater, R95.
I'll take JJJ, though.
Snyder. By the way, great message for you, Anthony, before we let you go. Jason Ruderman on YouTube. Anthony Slater is awesome. Hello, by the way, from Point Arena, California. So you got some fans here on the roast. Slates.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll see you later today at Chase Center. Warriors and Grizzlies. And thanks for the time as always, Slates.
Mini win streak. Shasty's going to be declaring West Finals run next week. I'm calling it now. I can't wait to talk to you.
Let's go.
It's the easiest bet you'll ever make, Slater. He is hot and cold, boy.
Just like the sun coming up.
Slater.
Right, see you, bud.
On the roast, man.
Point Arena, California is in Mendocino County. I did not know that.
Shout out to Mendocino County.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jason Ruderman, listening all the way from up there in Mendocino County.
Yeah.
I used to go to Kent, Mendocino through the Boys and Girls Club.
Really?
I went one time, caught pink eyes during the 93 season. When a giant, no, seriously.
Insert your joke here.
No, yeah, I know, right? I caught pink eye. I was in the doctor's office for a couple days.
Bob Costas.
Yeah.
Remember Bob Costas got pink eye for the Olympics?
Oh, I do remember
And he
that.
tried to battle through it.
With the glass.
It was horrible. I was like, get this man off my television.
Pink eye's no joke, dude.
Yeah,
pink
I'm
eye's
aware.
no joke. And I got pink eye. It was a year the Giants won 103 games and didn't make the playoffs. So I came back. My grandma, the late, great Larry William Tyndall, and Uncle George, Gorgeous George, Grandma Essie's son. I love Gorgeous George. He used to always let me read his chronicles. First thing I did when they did pick me up from the bus, pink eye was gone. And they were like, I remember I wrote a letter because this is before payphones. I wrote a letter back to my grandma because they was like, all right, time to write letters back to your family. And I wrote a letter saying, I never want to come back to this camp again, blah, blah, blah. And so when I got back, she was like, oh, did you have a grad? I was like, yeah, I want to go back next year. I never went back. But through the Boys and Girls Club, Ernest Eagle, out there on Page Street. But I remember grabbing the paper. I was like, what's going on with the Giants? When I went to camp, they were up like 10 games.
Yeah.
I got back from camp. The Braves were back. They had cut a 10-game deficit to 3.5, and they had Fred McGriff on the team.
Yeah.
And I lost my mind saying, they got Crying Dog?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
It was...
So you got pink eye, came back, and they started Solomon Thomas over Dave Righetti, and you lost your mind.
Well, that was later. That was a couple months later. This was midsummer. This is when the race was on. This is Billy Swift had a little hiccup in the summer.
I believe it was Ted Robinson on Channel 2 at the time when Channel 2 used to broadcast Giants games.
Yeah, Giants-Dodgers 12-1.
When the Giants come to town, it's by... Anyway, point being is that... yeah, you remember that, the old jingle. And I will never forget that Solomon Torres star.
Solomon Torres, last game. And by the way...
They said he was the next Juan Marichal.
Well, no, I think the Giants...
That's BS, man.
If you look this up, love, I think the Giants were like... They were something like 14-4, 15-4 down the stretch. They were winning games. All the games they lost, I think Solomon Torres started. I mean, even, was it Brian Hickerson?
Brian Hickerson,
was
yes.
dealing down the stretch. They had a series in Atlanta. They lost 2 or 3. But Hickerson was the only one who got the win because Billy Swift couldn't beat the Braves. They were tagging him.
Trevor Wilson, Bud Black, Billy Swift,
I remember you posted something. A day game against the Braves. You posted something about a year ago. And I remember I was like, oh, yeah, day game. Billy Swift got rocked 9-1. Otis Nixon.
Oh, it was the video that I had.
The video that you had. I knew exactly what happened in that game.
Billy Swift. One of the great trades in Giants history.
It was.
Kevin Mitchell for Dave Burba, Mike Jackson, and Billy Swift.
Yeah, it was rough.
I think Kevin Mitchell was my guy, but it's one of the greatest trades in Giants history. They got a 20-game winner, a setup man, and a swing guy.
Winner. Yeah, but they had 2 20 games.
Burkett was the other
Trevor
one.
Burkett.
But he wasn't in the trade.
John Burkett, Billy Swift.
Yeah, John
Go ahead,
Burkett.
Lubbock.
No, I just want to commend great knowledge there, Bonte. The Giants went 13-4 down the stretch. Those 4 losses
were all
Solomon Torres.
Who was supposed to be the next Juan Marichal, then rediscovered himself as a closer, and I believe got 40 saves with both the Cubs and Pirates.
Yeah, he resurfaced.
I think he did it twice.
No, he resurfaced with the Pirates.
He was
I remember
good.
that. He was solid. But they were 13-4. That's credible knowledge
Let me
there.
give you
13-4.
Look it up.
4. Oh, we got a break. All right, we got a break.
I think John Patterson, a.k.a. JP, hit a grand slam in Atlanta in a game they lost. Anyway, just keep going. Let's go to break.
More coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, CP3, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. We'll see you later today at Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Grizzlies. Just had Anthony Slender on. By the way, this Snoop Dogg track, this instrumental, of course, Dr. Dre produced that album. Dr. Dre yesterday receiving a star in Hollywood. That's right. Been that long? What do they call it? The star? The Hollywood star?
Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Hollywood Walk of Fame. So Dr. Dre got his star. Yesterday he was hanging out with 50 Cent, Eminem, Terrence Crawford. Best pound for pound fighter out there.
I think you have to pay for them, though. Like, the person that's getting the star, like, it's only happened one time where it was bestowed upon them. I think it was Muhammad Ali. I could be wrong. You
have to pay for the star?
You have to go out and pay for it.
That is ridiculous.
Which makes it seem way weaker, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is weak.
Sounds like something I would do.
Yeah, no, you would do that. There's no doubt you would do that. You might think about doing it right now.
Brick by brick.
You ever just walk to Hollywood and you see the stars?
By brick.
Like, on TV, it looks so glamorous, right? The stars. But when you actually walk the streets of Hollywood,
it's disgusting.
It is disgusting. It's like, damn, I'm stepping over Marilyn Monroe and there's like nothing but trash there. That's not right.
Plus, all of the people that are quote unquote stars, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
And I question the stardom of some of the stars. I don't even know if that's
I've done the star maps before the tours because I'm just killing some time in Hollywood. Well, I saw some of the celebrities hanging out. Larry King, R.I.P., was hanging out in front of his house and waved at us when we drove by.
Oh, that's cool.
It'd be more cool if it was Larry David.
Well, yeah, he's secluded.
He would not
never
wave at you.
No,
but Larry King, how was his house?
It was very modest, like 2-story, but not like a mansion or anything. Just he was just getting his mail like a normal guy.
So I saw a tweet, and I'm stealing from somebody, and I don't know who did it, but they were showing Dr. Dre, and it was with Eminem,
yeah, I just
50
said that.
Cent, and Snoop. No, I know, but the caption was, if this guy could find one rapper from the South, he would have hit for the cycle.
Oh, wow.
Dr. Dre.
Dr. Dre.
And
so
it was a pretty good point. They have a guy from the West Coast, the Midwest,
and the East Coast. If he would have got the South.
Yeah.
Wow, could have got.
Isn't that a good, that's a good, yeah.
Speaking of the South, I ran into Big Boy's page about a week ago, and I went down a deep dive of Big Boy.
He's also a cook.
He loves cooking. You notice that?
Oh, yeah.
He's got the lobsters on the grill. A
lot of scrimp.
Steaks, a lot of
as
scrimp.
He calls it.
A lot of seasoning, and he just throws the lemon, just douses it with lemon.
He calls himself Chef Tay or something like that.
He also has a show. Gosh, this show where they, it's kind of like Pip Your Ride. It said they pip RVs.
Oh, really?
Him and his longtime manager, they pip
come
RVs.
to San Francisco. They're everywhere.
Yeah, they have a field day on.
How about we just connect your RV to water and electricity so you're not dumping stuff on the ground?
Dude,
huh? How about that?
Dude, listen. Big Boy, by the way. Oh, yeah. No wonder we're not getting calls. Uncle Gene on the text line. Shout out to Uncle Gene.
What did it say?
Comcast Business text line. Goes, hey, guys, flush to flush. Treating roasters respectfully has been a hallmark of the show. Don't lose that. That's Uncle Gene. I would hate to flush Uncle
that
Gene.
text. No, I'm just teasing.
I would hate to flush him.
I was a little in shock.
Yeah, we're all a little in shock when we hear that noise. We can't flush it. Oh, that noise is just, it just sounds so disgusting. But if a caller calls in and doesn't come correct, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water and Plumbing. Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain, I should say. There it is. Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain. Shout out to Brian and everybody out there.
And when you call over there, tell them the morning roast sent you. Seriously, let them know.
Yeah, I guess 2 people called yesterday.
Beautiful.
And they said the morning roast sent them, and I think they got a nice little estimate.
We have a huge audience, and trust me when I say this, we've all got plumbing upgrades that can be done. And you don't realize it until it's too late.
Yeah.
These are the people to call whenever you're in crisis. Trust me, they will come and take care of things for you.
That is right. Just like Kirby. Fixing your flat tire, oil changes. Still holler at Kirby? I still holler at Kirby from time to time.
No, I'm not. I just took my wife's vehicle over to my guy, Renzo, and he took care of it.
Oh, he took care of it?
Yeah, we had the check engine light on for way too long.
Mitsubishi?
Yeah, there's been some...
the downfall is near. It's coming hard.
No, the car's in great shape because of Renzo.
Hey, I talked to Guru yesterday.
Claudio's on mission.
I talked to Guru
yesterday.
Oh,
not the caddy.
He goes, B, man, I'm on the Amtrak going back to Sacramento. I said, what happened now? The caddy.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Yeah, it is coming hard for the caddy.
Since we're at a little stalemate here.
Can we use it? Does this apply to the Warriors?
Well, I mean, I think the downfall.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
What isn't coming down hard is the 17th annual Dante Benindetti Baseball Classic. This Saturday, Bonte. Are you going?
Let's see.
March 23rd, Oracle Park.
I got a busy day today. Busy day tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Busy day on Friday. Saturday's the one day off.
Okay. Bring the family.
I don't know if they want to sit.
I have the ticket link. I'm going to tweet it out. Right. The 2024 Dante Benindetti Classic. Here are the 3 games, triple header at Oracle Park. So if you've got a child who's into baseball, bring them to a high school game. It's really, really, really cool. And you'll have an opportunity to sit in some great seats at Oracle Park. They've got University versus Piedmont at 11:30.
That is good. University Red Devils.
Yes. My boy Chris Gajero.
Yeah, I love University.
Shout out to Shriners.
Right here in the city.
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead.
Then you got Marin Catholic versus Redwood.
Ooh, Redwood Giants.
At 2:30.
That's a big game. That's a rivalry game.
That is. Absolutely. So Redwood versus Marin Catholic, a little North Bay action.
Redwood Giants and Larkspur.
I like that. That's at 2:30. And then the night game, 5:30, under the lights, SISH, Bruce Mahoney. And it's more than just a tournament, all right? This is an opportunity to put together a tribute to a man who dedicated his entire life into helping children and to helping our community through sports and helping just kids out there that need it.
Right.
And they're celebrating the 17th iteration of this.
Right.
Bring your family. We invite everybody to go there, and I'm telling you, this is going to be absolutely amazing.
It should be fun.
Oracle Park. I'll tweet out the link a little later.
You're there all day, huh?
I'm going to probably go in the middle of the day. Got LJ coming and Michelle. It'll be his first trip to Oracle Park because his second trip will be opening day.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And a little birdie told me Joey Nevin might be getting us onto the field. So we might get LJ onto the field. I'll put him down on the grass.
Wow, look at
maybe
you.
roll him a ball.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
He won't know it's coming.
Look at you. He won't remember it either.
No, I will.
No, he won't. Like Baby Chaz, we took her to our first game. It was Father's Day. My first Father's Day.
But you didn't forget.
She is. I mean, I forgot about the game. Actually, I think they won that game. They were hitting a lot of home runs that day.
It is creepy, though, and you'll realize this, John. I'm sure, Bonte, you've had this. Like, the memories they have about certain stuff, though, like, they'll bring it up randomly, like from, 2 years ago when they're, 2 years old, and they bring it up. I was like, how do you remember that?
Yeah.
Just vivid details.
Like Bonte. Well, in 1991, Eric Dickerson ran for 137 yards and broke these specific tackles.
I took Benny to a Timberwolves Warriors game 2 years ago, and he remembers everything that happened that day.
Yeah.
He remembers some of the players that played. He remembered
Stifle Tower?
Dude, he remembered. He was like, what was one of the plays? Luka Garza played in a game and had a good one.
Wow.
And he remembers that. He's like, oh, yeah, Garza.
Yeah.
So what?
Kids do remember things. Baby Chaz, I got mad at her a little bit. I had to raise my voice a little bit, but she wouldn't get in the car seat. So I said, to heck with it. I walked her out to the driver's side, and I had a matcha latte on my armrest. So I get in the car, my elbow hits the matcha latte. I just got the car clean. It spills everywhere in the back seat.
I would have lost my mind.
And then I looked at Chaz, and she's looking at me. I said, this is your fault. If you'd have just gotten the car seat, this is your fault. And she started crying a little bit.
The car ride, the downfall is near.
Yeah, that was a quiet car ride, right?
Downfall is near.
And
It's
so
coming hard.
when I picked her up from school a couple days later, she goes, Papa, you were mad the other day. You were mad at me when you spilled the drink. And I was
she reminded you of your jerkiness.
I'm sorry.
And then you
Tessa.
feel
I wasn't
so bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
I felt like crap. I felt like crap. But I looked at her and I was like, this is your fault. I felt terrible.
Like a cobra.
I was, dude, I get in the car,
is your
the matcha latte, and the worst thing is, Anna buys these matcha lattes.
The reason I don't have a Corvette is because of you.
Anna buys these matcha lattes. I swear she only drinks a quarter of them every single time.
What is it called?
The green matcha latte.
What? I've never heard of this.
Matcha.
Matcha.
Yeah, like the matcha
Never,
tea.
matcha tea?
Didn't, okay. I don't. And what makes it a latte?
Well, it's like a tea, but they mix it with latte is like milk and other
Espresso stuff.
Espresso.
Yeah,
Oh,
espresso
okay.
shots and whatnot. Yeah,
This is the first time hearing of
drinks
this.
it, yeah,
That's what that green drink is.
Yeah, that's what that green drink is.
Okay.
And I swear she only drinks 25% of the drink every single time. And I'm like, you're not going to drink this. Why order it? And then it spilled all over the car. There's all kind of sticky stuff. Yeah, it's all kind of sticky stuff in my car. Car smells bad. And I was just like, I had it. I had it. It's one of those days where I didn't have my nap. I was just like, what are we doing? We're at the mall. It's so baby Chaz, she remembered that.
I love it.
Papa, you were mad at me? And she laughed about it. You were mad at me? You were mad at me? Papa, I was like, don't worry about it. I'm like, don't remember that.
Please.
You don't
remember that.
I'm going to be humble in this one. No, there was no humbleness there because she wouldn't get in the car seat out of nowhere. We gave her everything. Ice cream, gave you a smoothie, spoiled the hell out of her. And then when it's time to put the seatbelt on, no, Papa, I don't want to sit in the child seat. It's like, here we go again. Kids, man. Kids. Yeah, just kids. Oh, by the way, the Giants are back in action for the 2024 season. And so are Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman.
Let's go, baby.
Lubman has a glow. Lubman, during football season and basketball season, I can't get the guy to focus. I can't get a take from the guy. I can't get anything from him.
Other than
also, the Giants, what other than what?
Well, he's not a huge Shanahan family guy.
No, yeah, he's not a big.
That's the one thing I know about him.
He actually keeps it real about that with me.
Possibly.
I mean, I don't even want to talk about Shanahan right now. Lubman and Shasky, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys Pocket. I love Shanahan, but man, I need a break. I need a break from Kyle. I need a break. We don't know the overtime. Do we know the overtime rules now?
We're not divorced. We're separated. I'm sleeping at the hotel. Yeah, everything is good. Can you go by my house and pick up some clothes?
Shetty, I'm all good with you, big dog. I'm all good with you, but I got to learn the overtime rules before I come see you again.
Bonte's like Tony in The Sopranos buying the beach house.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
There's our Sopranos reference for the day.
That's right.
And we got to have 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, we finally got to season 6, and then they just killed off Vito.
Wow,
that was a rough one.
Vito was a good earner.
He was a very good earner. Very good runner.
Johnny Cakes or what?
Johnny Cakes. Yeah,
really good at greasing the
Cakes.
union.
Yeah. Anyway,
I want to get Daddy's. What do you say? Daddy's part of the CIA. That's what he told his kids.
This might be the only show in history where it takes us 5 minutes to get through a read.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to promote your show.
I'm sorry.
By the way, Baseball Guys and Garlic Fries.
Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
Joe Shasky, Sam Love, shows you how much I listen to it. They are kicking off the 2024 season. No, it's really the best Giants podcast. I'm joking. I do listen to it because I steal a lot of Giants takes from Sam Lovin. He has no idea. They're kicking off the 2024 season with a live episode this Sunday from 12 to 3. And I may just call in. There's so much to be excited about now.
This Sunday.
Listen, this live. We're live and local.
We'll do it live
and local. Pound the number, 888-957-9570.
Pound the number.
Pound it. 12 to 3, Sunday. Lubman and Shasky live right here on 95.7 The Game, giving you a preview of Giants baseball. And again, there is a lot to be excited about. Now, I still haven't gotten over Rennell Brooks' mood. They need to fix that. They need to rectify that situation because how they handle that, it's not resonating well with the fan base. It's not resonating well with me. I'm not happy about that whatsoever. But they did sign Blake Snell, and the team does look better on paper. So call in to tell us about how excited you are about the 2024 Giants this Sunday from 12 to 3. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, live and local right here at 95.7 The Game. Lubman working 6 days this week. Go figure. Damn.
About me.
Well, I mean, you work every day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're working Saturday.
It's every day, bro.
You working every day. I mean, I don't know what the day off is. Somebody yesterday, I was doing some things with the Warriors yesterday.
Yeah.
And they were like, what day is it? I was like, dude, I just know there's a game tomorrow. I don't know if it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I just know there's a game. It's kind of how my schedule goes. Anyway, let's go to Matt and Dorinda. He's been on hold for a while.
What's up, Matt?
Matt, what's up, man? What's on your mind today?
All right, we got a couple things. So, Shasky, excellent Venn diagram drop yesterday.
Thank you.
I think you might need to educate the audience on Venn diagram, but nice job.
Thank you.
Bonte, Monday was horrible at that game, but it was the highlight of my Warrior season. Do you know why?
Why?
You know where this is going, don't you?
No, I kind of do, but I'm just going to play boo-boo to full and say I don't know where it's going.
Please tell me.
I know where it's going.
I got to meet your mom, bro. That was the highlight of the Warrior season. Was meeting Mrs. Bonte Hill. I got my little corner over there of Warriors going into the tunnel. I got all my guys on lock. Bonte walks over with his mom. He's got his mom. He's all happy. She's smiling. That was the highlight of the season,
I know.
bro.
Hey, you know what, Matt? Whenever I see you too, I'm like, I love going to this corner But I know Matt and I are going to have our own radio show during the game.
Oh.
So sometimes it's not conducive for me to go to that corner because Matt's got takes on takes on takes. Very knowledgeable Warrior fan. No, it's been a highlight. My mom loved it. She brought you up. She brought up everybody. She appreciated the love out there Monday night at Chase Center. It really made up for what was a dud of a game by the Golden State Warriors. They didn't lead all night,
Did Bonte stay till the end?
Sure.
Of course.
Yo, Shasky. So Bonte strolls over, and you know this side of him as well as everybody else, but probably more than everyone. His mom is just gleaming at all these people going up to her son, and hey, he's a great guy, this, that, and the other thing, on a really bad night. I don't mean to get all soft on everybody because I'm not that soft of a dude.
No, you're not.
I'll tell you, it was a really nice thing to see.
I love that.
It was a really nice thing to see.
I appreciate
you guys
that,
are great,
Matt.
man. That's just the way
I
it
appreciate
is.
that.
Hey, Bonte, come see that corner every once in a while.
Oh, yeah. I'll see you tonight. If you're out there. I'll see you tonight.
The king will make his way down and check out some of his land today.
No. That's not how it works. I'm no king at Chase Center. I'm just one of men. I'm just one of the people, man. I'm just one of the people. I'm just well-rounded. I am well-rounded. Hey, my soccer tweets, Bay FC, baby. Can't wait for the home opener. March 30th, San Jose, Saturday night. Actually working on some things with Bay FC for this show. We can give out some kid. You see the jackets they got?
I haven't.
You haven't seen the Bay FC jackets?
No.
Oh my God.
I was trying to play into it. I didn't know if I nailed it or not.
No,
How did I do?
Oh
not bad, huh?
They got the Old English B on the left side. It's like a Letterman jacket. And it says South Bay, North Bay, East Bay. Oh, Bay FC. Check out the jackets they're rocking out there.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah.
They're
nice.
blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that,
I do like that.
Support women's soccer, man.
I do like that.
Let's go, Bay FC.
I do like that.
They were cooking
And
down
they're
in
playing
LA.
at PayPal?
Playing at PayPal.
Nice.
You call it PayPal now again?
That's what it says here.
Avaya, right? It was Avaya before?
It was, correct.
Yeah, Bay FC now playing at PayPal. So, anyway, that's Matt and Arenda. It was a dark Monday night. It was a dark. I did not expect that against the New York Knicks at all. But I'm a man of the people. I go down, talk to my people at Chase Center. There's no king. There's no red carpet. There's none of that happening. We talk shop. He gives me his takes on the show. I agree with him. And we keep it moving. And did I stay till the end? The only games I don't stay to the end, and it's really because of logistics and the way our schedule is set up here, Shasky, is I leave Niner games early because of being in the parking lot. If I don't get the Hilton Hotel parking, which I do love that parking because you get in and out, it's great. But if we park in the parking lot and I leave at the end of the fourth quarter, we're not getting home for 2 hours.
Well, plus you're going to watch it back like 6 times.
So I leave, in the third quarter, early fourth. I'll skedaddle out of it. No matter if they're leading or losing, I'm leaving early just to get home and, the better.
To me, it depends. Depends on the situation. Right. What night is it? Who am I with? Is it a good game? Like, is it baseball and it's like a Tuesday night? You know what I mean? Like, it really does depend.
Yeah, that's it.
Playoffs, almost never leave early.
No, you don't leave early in the playoffs.
Unless we are blowing them out and the boss is like, we got to get to air.
We need you at the Hilton Hotel now.
Run.
When can you get there? You don't miss those days, huh? I kind of miss those days.
A part of me does, but those were long days. Those were like 16-hour days.
I miss those days.
That was my first time on air because you guys, Big Boss Man, wanted us to get us on air when the Vikings got blown out.
First time on air?
Yeah. Me and Bobby Spang and Ryan.
You guys did a great job because we had technical issues because we were sitting there and Shasky was losing his mind. We had a bunch of people there in the Hilton Hotel looking, what's going on here? I'm like, man, we look like a JV station right now. And then Spinoni and I were doing the damn thing. And then we got on air and Shasky acts like we lost the damn game and we almost fight on air. Then Hegan has to call him. It's like, dude, we just invested in the NFC Championship game 27-10. And this guy, Jimmy G, he's not the quarterback of the future. I don't care about the future. I care about winning now.
Sounds like I knew it was onto something.
No.
Sounds like some people have prophetic wisdom.
No, because you can't do that because you flip-flop back to Jimmy after week 1 against Detroit said, this guy's been a perfect Niner, and I apologize. He is the guy for us. It's like, here we go.
And then where did I go after that?
No, because, some of you guys think that you can just go into the playoffs your first time around and start lighting things up. It's usually not how it works. Doesn't really work like that.
I was first to the Jimmy's not the dude trough. That's okay.
Well, I think we kind of all do that. Jimmy.
It was a trough?
There's a trough. Yeah, as you're lapping from the trough,
shout out the Coliseum
of takes, being first to the Jimmy G's not the one take. I'm proud of that.
I don't know if you're the first. I think the first guy, this is why you got to give credit to people.
Who?
The first guy was this caller in Oakland. Who was after the Niners beat Green Bay 37-8.
Technically, I'll tell you who it was, but keep going.
Well, 37-8. They lost. They beat the Packers 37-8 on Sunday Night Football midway through the year. And we had this caller from Oakland. We're flying high, man. We're like, oh, the Niners are rolling. They're undefeated, blah, 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 blah. And this guy called in Oakland. It should have been 40-0 at halftime. But Jimmy G, I said, what the hell is your problem? Remember we went at it? I don't know what the guy's name is. But I was like, you're out of your mind. And he called back, of course, after the Super Bowl. So I told you, but who was the first? Who do you think was the first?
It was me and Nash sitting in the end zone throughout the entire year, and we kept seeing the same thing. It's like he's just a tick late on all of these plays that are wide open. Just wide open. And he would throw to the wrong guys, and it's just watching in real time. And it's
I think Nash is just hating because he was a former Patriot. And
no, but the Shanahan offense, when you sit in the end zone.
Jimmy Garoppolo was threatening Tom Brady. And I think that's where it came from Nash. That's exactly where it came from for Nash. I know Nash inside and out. That boy was, Jimmy G ain't it. You just hate because he threatened your
Seattle game in particular that went to overtime that year. He was not good. He got stripped from behind and just holding the ball too long.
Well, remember Joe Staley that was his first game back, and Javion Clowney killed him.
Destroyed him.
So it's a reason why he struggled. The offensive line wasn't good that game.
Jimmy G. He looks good, though. He's rejuvenated in L.A. I mean, my man is going to love Orange County.
Is he going to be on the Hollywood Walk of Fame one day?
I want to see quarterback Doc with Jimmy. I'm fascinated by what this dude does away from football.
There's a lot of people who are anti-Jimmy those first go-rounds, and then obviously it built up during the Super Bowl.
Really?
When they lost.
I thought there was a lot of unanimous Jimmy's the guy.
No. I don't remember me saying that Jimmy's a guy, but I was like, he's not the biggest problem. He's serviceable. That's what I thought. I don't.
Bonte looked me in the eye. He said, Mike Tomlin, this was after the first home game.
He did.
Hit Shanahan or whatever and was like, you've got a quarterback.
No, he was like, that quarterback you got? That boy's a gangster.
There he is. And Bonte can say, we've got a quarterback.
We've got it. Well, we've got
a quarterback.
Says the guy who drafted Kenny Pickett in the first round.
Yeah, I know. Well, listen.
And they traded him.
Listen, I remember when they traded for him. And he started that game in Chicago. And Philly Zoo sent me a text because I was at the Oakland Coliseum covering the Oakland Raiders. And they had the Niners on the screen in the media box. And I stopped by for a second. And it was early in the game. And Jimmy, I'll never forget, I tweeted it out when he was like, the play clock's running down. And he yells to somebody, get over there. Hurry up. They hike it. He throws a dime on a quick slant. I was like, wow.
Was that to Lewis Murphy?
I could have been. I don't remember who it was. They went right down the field on that first drive. They kicked 5 field goals, obviously, in that game because they really didn't have any weapons. But I thought, damn, we got a leader at quarterback. And then Philly Zoo texts me, goes, congratulations. You've got yourself a quarterback. And I was like, I felt so good at the Coliseum.
He bestowed the sword of all swords.
I felt so good.
Here you go, King. You have a quarterback.
And all you flip-floppers, when he won the 5 games, I remember what the offseason was like.
Timeout. Week 1 against Tampa Bay, we were like biting our nails.
That was 2019. I'm talking about 2018.
Oh, 2018.
Going into that 2018 season.
Yeah.
The expectations were sky high.
I know, and then he threw a pick 6 to end the game against Detroit, which was called back. You broke something at the station.
Well, yeah, I mean, I broke my knuckle almost.
Jimmy will forever be one of the main stepping stones for this station.
Oh, are you kidding me?
How many hours of content did Jimmy Garoppolo give us?
We became Niner 5-7 when Jimmy Garoppolo got traded.
I love that.
Shout out Will Kiss.
Oh.
He's the Raymond Ritter of the Las Vegas Raiders. Lucas, I remember seeing him. He was sitting by himself in the press box. That was after a late night Raider game. I was, Will, what's up? Because Will's a city guy, went to Sacred Heart Cathedral. Love Will Kiss. He goes, so, he kind of leans back in his chair. How are things over at Niner 5-7 the game? I was like, what was that? He goes, oh, you guys just forgot about us now, the Raiders. And
I said what I said.
I'll never forget how many hours of Carr versus Jimmy that we did at the station.
Oh, my God.
I mean, my God. Riverboat Ride.
Well, I had to relive it last year when Jimmy was the quarterback of the Raiders. I was like, they both stink.
Jack Del Rio, the gambler.
Well, I remember when Jimmy gets traded here, right? And we're doing the football hours. Robo is low deals pop. And I'm sitting there thinking,
go back.
Why not just
the football hour? Go back.
Football hour.
Just paint the picture.
Bill Romanowski to my right. Low deal to my left.
In studio.
And Papa working from home.
Oh, my God.
Pre-Zoom. Wasn't even a Zoom.
So you couldn't see him?
No, yeah. There was no Zooms.
How did you know? You just waited for dead air?
Just kind of figured this case.
Just wait the 20 minutes?
If you wait the 20 minutes, sometimes he gasps for like 5 seconds. If you don't get in those 5 seconds, you ain't getting in for another 20 minutes. So anyway, right, so we're doing a football hour. And they're like, in practice, you can see, I was like, no, you got to play him. If I'm going to pay him, I need to see him play. And so then, as the story goes, and you can flush this, late in the Seattle game, they're getting killed. There's nobody at the game.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there eating some nachos. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go make a bathroom run. This game's
Seattle
over.
was destroying them.
Destroying them.
Was it CJ?
I don't remember who the hell it was.
They yanked them.
Trust me. I don't even remember. I'm in the bathroom, and they have the radio broadcast in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And I hear the crowd roar. I said, well, I'm going to have to cut this bathroom break short. Yes, I did wipe. I did, I promise you. But I think after the game, I had to come back in and make sure I wiped. I wrote, what's going on? And it's Jimmy Garoppolo on the field. And he throws a touchdown pass on the last play of the game. To Lewis Murphy. And I remember that Monday when I'm like, oh, yeah, Jimmy's got the job. And the voice of the night goes, the time is now. You have to start him now. I'm like, I've been saying this for 2.5 weeks. What are you talking? The time is now. You have to start him. It's The time is now. And then we do a show. We do a show before the Tennessee Titans game.
Oh, yeah.
And we're like hyping Jimmy up. And they win that game against the Titans, who actually advanced to the playoffs that year. And then I remember the Jacksonville game.
The Jaguar game was the game.
Christmas Eve.
He dismantled them. And Jalen Ramsey, tell the Jalen Ramsey part.
So I go into the Jaguars locker room.
They went to the AFC
Championship game against the Patriots.
Probably should have won that.
Should have won that.
They should have went for it. They had the ball with 2 minutes to go in the first half, and they're like, you know what, we're going to kneel the ball here.
Real. Roger Goodell in the NFL was not ready for a Jaguars.
What was the bum from Missouri who was the quarterback?
No, Blake Bortles.
Blake
Bortles.
From UCF.
Yeah, Central Florida.
UCF, that's
Central Florida.
Blaine Gabbert's the guy from Missouri.
They did not want the Jaguars in the Super Bowl. I'm convinced by that. So, by the way, we did the championship game shows at Hooters in Campbell. Towdy and I. We were at Hooters.
I tell you what.
We had a great crowd at Hooters that day.
I mean, they're chicken wings.
Oh, dude, Towdy was on fire. So, where's
Jimmy G?
Back to the Jaguars locker room. The Jaguars locker room, right? I'm in there, and I'm standing next to Marcus Thompson II. And Jalen Ramsey is going crazy. Nothing special. It was all schemed up. Nothing special, just ripping him, right? So then I go to Miles Jack. Miles Jack, who's jacked up, by the way.
One of the best dual threats in college history.
I mean, the recorders go off. He goes, I can't believe we lost to that MFer. They're talking about Jimmy. They were losing their mind. Telvin Smith, shout out Florida State.
Yeah.
Linebacker next to Miles Jack is like, just shaking his head. It's like, hey, do nothing special. And Jimmy was humming. It was crispy. I ran into Coach Buck that day, Rich Buckner.
Dismantled them.
And it was like, we got a quarterback.
Did they score 30 or whatever in that game?
Oh, the Niners?
Yeah.
No, they dropped a 40 burger.
They dropped a 40, wow.
They were up like 16-0 in that football game. And I remember thinking like, oh, Jimmy has these boys rattled. He has these boys rattled. And we went to 2018. And then by week 3, I was breaking my knuckle. And then week 4, Jimmy tears the ACL. And this is where Shasky, I think, jumped off the train because Jimmy tears his ACL. We get the report. We're doing Periscope Live. There's like 8 people watching. Maybe that was our highest Periscope.
Should have went out. They're getting destroyed by the Kansas City Chiefs, by the way. Yeah. Right? Destroyed.
Well, they were, quote unquote, coming back.
They were not coming back. Jimmy should have stepped out of bounds.
So he tears his ACL. We're on Periscope Live, and I reported, breaking news, Shasky. Adam Schefter reports that Jimmy Garoppolo has indeed torn his ACL. I saw a tear coming down out of Shasky's left eye. coming down his cheek. Shasky was redder than this light on the microphone. This season's over, Bonte. We just lost our quarterback. A tear was coming down his eye over Jimmy Garoppolo. He was so depressed.
I just wanted the Niners to be good.
And they were not good.
No. And I think that's where the drop. I just want to go back to the playoffs because he kept like cranking me up. He has a way of knowing when I'm on the edge of saying something, and he just like gives me this little push over the ledge. And that's where these things come from. Hey, Nick Mullins, if Nick Mullins looks good, Shasky, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. As you are listening to 95.7 KG and TFM and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can always watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Hold on. Let me get to the
Okay, keep going.
Greater Savings Dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. There's so many advertisers pissed with us. Shout out to Comcast Business X Line and Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance.
We are selling.
A trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. We're selling. We're not seeing any returns,
Bonte,
you and I.
All of my worst opinions, you've pushed me over the edge,
I know.
and then you pigeonholed me on like one portion of a 10-minute rant. Case in point. You think Klay Thompson is Kyle Korver. I said he's oscillating somewhere between coming off the bench, Ray Allen, and Kyle Korver. And everyone clung to the Kyle Korver thing.
The Kyle Korver thing was pretty disrespectful.
I said he was oscillating.
You should have named somebody else.
Off the bench, Ray Allen. Why don't we remember that part?
Kyle Korver is a career 12 and a half points per game score.
He had a year.
1 year when he was All-Star. A sympathy All-Star bid for Kyle Korver.
Off the bench thing has aged pretty well. But point being is like everybody clings to the limit. Nick Mullins. Dude, Jimmy played bad. Nick Mullins had been lighting it up, and then he wasn't.
He wasn't lighting it up.
He was.
He played the worst team in the league, the New York Giants, and
when he threw that pass on the screen pass to the Eagles, I was like, oh, my God.
The Thursday Night Football match where they destroyed the Raiders, and Brett Favre is calling him on the field for Nick Mullins.
It was incredible. The final battle of the Bay.
It was a depressing game, by the way.
When you had for years to come.
Cassius Marsh was doing the karate kicks in the backfield because he was our pass rusher.
So think about this. So, by the way, Football Mike just texted me legal at 9 o'clock. Legal. Everybody's reminding me to do
we
legal.
ride dirty.
Right.
We're all producers now.
Yeah, no, we all are producers. This show produces itself, but the Nick Mullins thing was funny because I knew it. And we'll get back to the Warriors and the Giants. But we're going down memory lane here of just Shasky and I going back and forth. And the Nick Mullins thing, I knew because I'm always contented. What you guys don't understand is I'm thinking a month from now, okay, what's going to be hit? What can I get out in front of to really set things up?
You were setting up Kirk Cousins for 8 years.
Yeah, for 8 years. Nick Mullins, I remember because Bayshot, our boy Sean Jordan, I remember his tweet, he went at me because I said, we're one game away from Nick Mullins lighting up for us to have a full-blown quarterback controversy. And everybody's ripping me. Oh, you're an idiot. This is hot take, blah, 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 blah. And by the time Nick Mullins lit up the New York Giants going into that Sunday night football game against the Philadelphia Eagles, people were, boy, if Nick Mullins could win this game.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you even go back to Jimmy? And I'm sitting there on top of my throne, sitting on my throne thinking, this is a work of art. And then of course, I got Shasky to fall for the bait. He went for the bait. By the end of the year, he goes, I hate Nick Mullins. And he pissed off some media members by saying that.
But I meant like the player.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
It's performance art.
I know it is performance art. But Nick Mullins, when he threw that pick at the Eagles, and they did that all 22, and it was like 9 Eagles dropped back in coverage.
There was 1,000 yards of grass in front of him.
It was like, dude, when he overthrew Kyle Juszczyk, and then Nick Mullins got bitched, and all the money that was getting flushed down the toilet with Nick Mullins. And I remember that post-game show. Actually, Joe Fortenbaugh called in with a fake name. And I'm like, why is he calling our show? And he was trolling instead. And I remember I went off saying, you guys are Nick Mullins. This thing was a weird post-game show. That was a weird one. But yeah.
Well, he did try to get in there. That was so weird.
What are you calling us, Fadenbaugh?
Hey, if you want winners, follow Joe Fortenbaugh.
Well stated.
Just make sure you pick on the other side.
No. That's gone too far.
Just make sure you do the opposite of what he does. So watch him.
Well, then last year, right before opening day, I tried to be all optimistic. You know, the boss is like, we might have to talk about the Giants for a long time, so let's not bury them before the season started. And I came in all optimistic, and then the Matt Beatty trade happened. And then Bonte just He blew me right over the edge. And then I lost my mind.
No. This is how
I blame you for all these worst moments.
No, I know. You guys blame Bonte. It's a hashtag. It's really out there. Listen. No, I swear. Now, baseball season, Yankee Stadium. We'll get back to the sports. But I remember going in there that day, and I was like, guys, I'm not feeling it for opening day. And the Hegan, and you guys Bonte, you're not being positive. And I remember Matt Hegan, and I take people behind the curtain. The Hagen's like, you're my biggest worry right now. You're being too negative. I said, dude, this team sucks, Matt. What do you want me to do? People love me because I keep it real. You want me to dress up the Giants? It's a hard thing to dress that up. Now, I can dress it up with the best of them. I can dress it up for the Niners. I can dress it up for the Warriors. This is a hard sell, man.
I like Brock Purdy.
This is a hard sell.
I can sell it on anyone.
This is a hard sell.
The Warriors have a chance.
I come in.
They were coaching for player for Kapler's coaching career last year.
No, they were. Listen, and that's why they played the way they played. Get them out of here. Listen, I'm sitting there thinking, boy, you don't call out Casey Smith at Yankee Stadium. You take this moment away. You guys are, I'll tell you got to be positive. I'm optimistic, blah, 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 blah. And then Matt Beatty trade happens, and Lubin and Shasky just go crazy. Anthony and Benicia called out. I'll never forget that show. He called you guys out saying, how can y'all get on Bonte for being mad about the Giants when you guys just went crazy over Matt Beatty? Then I got mad at you guys. I'm saying, you guys are going crazy over Matt Beatty, and I'm not allowed to be negative on the Giants.
But that's what we do.
That's what we do.
That's what we do.
That's what we do.
That's what sports fans do.
I am happy.
We're the rational roast.
I am happy about Brock Purdy. I feel good that we have a quarterback for another year. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Bonte,
I'm not going to call him a
round of the draft. I think they should take a quarterback here.
I'm just saying.
I honestly was talking about that with Sam and Evan yesterday. I was like, what if Michael Penix falls because of his
my God.
What if he's there like in the third round?
I believe in taking a quarterback every year, even if you have Patrick Mahomes. I mean, that's just how I operate.
They signed Josh Dobbs, obviously, so maybe they don't do that.
Josh Dobbs can win you a game.
He can.
A game.
I may have had a take in the chat this past year that he was a top 4 quarterback in the NFC during a given time.
Oh, wow.
Wait, you didn't even have enough confidence to finish that sentence.
Well, there was that first half against Denver, and they would have won like 4 straight. And I was like, dude, this guy's like the top 4 quarterback in the NFC right now.
Yeah, it was a great story because he got traded midway through the week, didn't know the playbook. They won in Atlanta.
Who do you trust more to win you a game in 2024? Jimmy Garoppolo or Josh Dobbs?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy.
I might go Dobbs.
3-2 with the Raiders last year, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Was Dobbs with the Vikings? Because Dobbs ended up getting benched again.
Well, they didn't have Justin Jefferson.
My guy Brandon, who's a diehard Vikings fan, he's from Minnesota. He hates Dobbs. He was like, "Get this guy out of here." If it's not, if you're not running 80% RPOs or zone reads, then what the hell are you doing with Josh Dobbs?
He did look good against us when he was at the Cardinals.
He didn't look bad actually. He didn't look bad in that game. They were running fake punts in the first quarter. Arizona was throwing a kitchen sink at the night. Listen, if Penix drops to 31, Penix Jr.
Quarterback's not a need, though. Offensive line's a need.
You love Penix.
I do like Penix.
Penix is out there.
I do like Penix a lot. But I want a Dunze over Penix.
Here's the setup now. Here's the base.
Yeah, I know. He does this to me. Well, hey. Let the record show. Let the record show. We did the live show. I hated the Kinlaw pick for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
Hated the pick.
You did.
Now,
you did.
The Brandon Ayuk pick took us all by surprise.
Yeah.
Nobody had anything on Brandon Ayuk.
Now, the Ayuk pick, I thought he would be a better player with the 49ers. Obviously, the injury history hurt him. I didn't like the setup in terms of trading DeForest Buckner to draft his replacement.
Yes.
I thought Kinlaw came in facing an uphill battle right away, especially during the pandemic season where you can't go to the facility.
No doubt.
So
I want to get into the Ayuk, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, trade request, him tweeting at Mike Tomlin. There's a lot of smoke here.
Oh, boy. Wasn't he in Pittsburgh at an airport?
There's a lot of smoke.
Uh-oh. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, man, having some fun. Reminiscing about the old days here at 95.7 The Game. By the way, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too. Like when Brett Boone, I thought we were getting Brett Boone today. Brett Boone joined Steiny and Guru yesterday. Oh, we got swiped there, huh? We got, Evan Giddings, man. Just
the downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
It is coming hard for the roast. People are waiting for the downfall of the morning roast. Trust me. After the Draymond situation,
they'll all be at that funeral.
Oh, dude, I'll never forget. Who's our guy? I'll give him a shout out, even though he has me blocked. Which I don't know why he blocked me. The guy Bayani on Twitter. For everybody, that guy tweeted at me in 2017. Hey, bruh, just know when 95.7 The Game fires you, we gonna throw a party out here. I was like, damn, what's it on my downfall, man? Damn. And a lot of those haters came back, a few weeks ago, but I'm still here.
Well, let's play a game and let's have fun. And let's not think about haters. But I know we're gonna.
I like haters.
We're gonna get into the NFL in a second.
You don't like haters? The haters listen more to the people who love us.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to be liked.
Yeah, I love being liked too, but.
Like, you told me that someone might not like me before the show today, and I was like, damn, like, that disturbed me.
Well, you know what? I get disturbed, too, when somebody doesn't like me. And then you say, you know what? The hell with it.
Yeah, well, you're right.
Because actually, haters do like you. Like, you can't, they have to like you to be a hater, right? Like, that's the whole thing with player hating. You either got to be a player, or you got to be doing something good, and they've got to like you at some point, then maybe they trigger.
They either like you or they fear you. And is it better to be loved or feared?
Ooh, interesting.
I do like the haters.
Blake Snell chose his number. Now, I'm not big on pitchers wearing single-digit numbers because I just don't think it looks right. Marcus Stroman on line 1. But he chose number 7. Okay.
Kevin Mitchell?
Kevin Mitchell's 1.
That's the only number 7.
Former Giants to wear number 7.
Kevin Mitchell.
That's one of them.
Was there another center fielder who wore number 7? Not Marvin Bernard.
Yes, Marvin Bernard.
Yeah, wow.
I referenced this guy earlier today. He played second base, utility guy, hit a home run.
Marco Scudero?
No. JP was the nickname. John Patterson.
Oh, John Patterson. Yeah.
How about Pete Happy?
Pete Happy. All right.
Pedro Feliz.
That's not a real person.
No, it's Pedro Feliz.
Pedro Feliz, yeah. Third baseman.
Here's one that you might not remember.
We're all waiting for Pedro to hit 30 home runs.
Pete Happy, huh? That was the nickname?
Well, it was like a joke on, the post games and stuff. Emmanuel Burris. Remember him? Shortstop from Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I love Emmanuel Burris.
How about the short-lived career after he broke his wrist of Mark DeRosa?
Yeah, shout out Mark DeRosa. I was at that game when he broke his wrist.
Were you?
Sliding to second base. Extra innings.
Little did we know that it would open up the doors for other guys to play.
No,
it sucks. I like DeRosa.
No, seriously, I was at that game when he broke his wrist, when he slid to second base. It's so random.
Gregor Blanco also wore number 7.
The Great White Shark.
Okay, the Great White Shark. Aaron Hill. Don't remember you. Donovan Solano.
Donnie Barrels. Damn, number 7 been. That's too good of a number to have all these players wearing number 7.
Gorkis Hernandez.
See, you know what? Stop right there. Now I'm getting a little frustrated.
J.D. Davis. Now let's go back in the day. In 1986 and in 1987, before Kevin Mitchell arrived, Bob Melvin wore number 7 for the Giants.
This is bothering me.
Atlee Hammaker, blown off of the mound.
Number 7 is too good of a jersey number to be passed around like this. Number 7 needs to be with a franchise player. Number 7's a iconic number. I love number 7. Lucky 7.
How about Bonnie Irvin?
How is all these guys wearing number 7? And there's a lot of, I'm not going to say scrubs because obviously they made the major leagues. But, yeah,
there's a lot of number 7s.
So you're telling me Blake Snell has a chance to be one of the top 5 number 7s in Giants history?
Off the names that I gave you, who's the best number 7 in Giants history?
Kevin Mitchell.
I think so too.
Not even close.
I'll put his 87, parts of 87, 88, 89, 90,
91.
Just up against anyone. I mean, dude, he had 49 home runs and like 125 RBIs in 89. He was ridiculous.
What? MVP. National League MVP.
Isn't that kind of crazy? That's a sneaky, a lot of Giants have worn that number.
Yeah, that's way too many.
Blake Snell, your new number 7.
Way too many. By the way, we talk about franchise players, MVPs.
Yeah.
maybe this person will be the MVP. Maybe this person will be the roaster of the year. Early favorite. I don't know what the odds are, but Tony in Oakland is on the roast.
Wow.
Hopefully we don't have to flush her. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. First, I know your two favorites are Brad Gilbert and Goff, but you know what? You got to get Gilbert out of Goff's box. He looks like Shanahan. He's cowering on the big points. Everyone that I've been speaking to sees this. This is not good. She needs something like not Alcaraz's Juan Carlos, but that small dude I've been talking about that gives the fist in the air and passes the electromagnetism. Brad Gilbert is a liability. He's good in the booth, but don't put him.
No one was talking about Brad Gilbert. We were talking about the Giants, and then we're going to get into the Niners here.
Well, she had to give us her talk. She had to give us her take.
I know, but let's stay on this
Coco lost to India Wells. India Wells, that's a big loss for Coco.
Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to get that in. But about baseball, right now, there's the X Factor the X Prize going on for $100 million for aging. But if everyone wants to not age, just go watch the Boys of Summer. They have the zone the biggest. You watch them in the warm-up. When they're throwing the ball around the bases, the flow is so big, you could serve that up as a swirl on ice cream. I mean, this is the stuff. When you feel this, you don't age. Whoever feels it the most does not age and shows forth.
No doubt.
This is the whole thing, okay? That's the flow state. And as far as, they shouldn't be getting rid of Ayuk or whatever. They have everyone. The thing is the guy at the top gets us to the Super Bowl, but he cringes like Gilbert in the box, right?
Oh, leave BG alone. Leave BG alone, Tony.
Yes.
Tony just got flushed, courtesy of Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain.
What are we doing?
Oh, ripping my guy, Brad Gilbert. You wanted that flush show back.
I did. She took the steering wheel of the show. She drove it into the wall of tennis. Just totally ran over Brad Gilbert for no reason.
Coming to the Labor Cup, whether it's Chase or September. It will change your life.
Next September, I believe.
Okay.
No, not this September?
No, 2025? This one is in Berlin this year.
It's 2025.
You might be on a European extravaganza after your
You might be in Berlin this September.
Yeah, you might.
No, I don't have money for her. I mean, the Warriors make a finals run, and, we can say in a five-star
You got to laugh through that one.
Yeah. But.
So she's our inaugural flush.
No, we flushed Raider Debater yesterday.
Oh, that's right. She's number 2. And that's apropos for what we're doing.
You wanted to flush. I didn't want to flush Tony.
Some of my best work.
I started to feel where she was coming from.
Some of my best work today.
I don't even want to talk about Shanahan.
No disrespect to BG Tennis Nation, real quick. We've had him on this program many a time. Prior to the East Bay. He also, Coco Gauff, as Brad Gilbert, the coach of Coco Gauff, obviously, if you don't know Coco Gauff, one of the greatest currently in the game of the women's tennis players. She won the U.S. Open last year with Brad Gilbert. What are we doing? What?
Exactly why I thought it was appropriate to flush her.
I love me some BG.
I love you, Tony. I know you're out there.
I was texting with BG the other day. By the way, we found Tony's Twitter account. Tony's Twitter account. What?
I'm the one who told you that, yes.
Are you serious?
Remember?
You want credit for that? Jesus. Thanks for contributing to the show.
She's
for
up
once.
to 8 followers now.
Speaking of Twitter accounts, Brandon Ayuk hadn't tweeted for like 2 years and tweeted at Mike Tomlin that him and Mike look alike. Why is Brandon Ayuk tweeting at the Steelers?
He's trolling, dude. This is what they do. They troll. Deebo Samuel did all that stuff.
Did Deebo tweet at teams?
No, but he was just,
Next question.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk's not going anywhere.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
There was a report that said he will hold out if he doesn't get a new contract, quote-unquote Bosa style.
Yeah, of course.
Per the report.
They all do. You don't think that's coming?
They need him.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he has dominated.
Which is why the conversation we were having last week or 2 weeks ago about maybe trading one or the other, I'm like, no. Brock Purdy needs all the weapons. That's the thing. Brock Purdy wants to be a franchise quarterback? Well, go ahead and trade Brandon Ayuk. Let's see Brock Purdy carry the offense. Let's be careful with that. Be careful with that.
I would say that everyone is available for the right price.
Right.
This particular player, I'm not sure anyone would meet the price that I deem to be. Like, if you got blown away, hey, we'll give you a first, a second, and a third, then I would consider it. I would consider it.
Debo asked to be traded. Traded. Get me out of here.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that.
Ayuk hasn't done anything like that.
Matt Barrows wrote an article, and the Niners did field calls during the draft from multiple teams, the Jets being one of them, and they did weigh their options about Deebo Samuel, about whether or not to trade him. It did go down the road. Now, there wasn't a big dead cap hit like there currently would be attached to his number, but there was some similarities. There were some similarities. Now, he held in. Debo came to camp.
But he demanded to be traded.
Yes.
He demanded to be traded. And that was a real thing. And for the 49ers, it is smart business to fill calls. Why not?
Yeah, just get a king's ransom.
Hey, why not?
Yeah, I agree.
Phone. But damn, don't do that. I'm not trying to give away my number one wide receiver, who was 7th in the league in receiving yards in a run-first offense, who averaged the most yards per catch in the league. No, I don't want Ayuk gone. This is silliness.
What's the price tag where you would start to consider it?
Multiple first-round picks, maybe.
Multiple. Well, Devontae didn't get multiple firsts. Wow,
no, he did. I'm running back this offense. Let's go to Jeremiah and Fremont. Jeremiah Fremont, what's happening?
Yeah.
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Joe? What's up, the whole Bay Area? I just want to say the best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
I love it.
And I'm just overfull with joy, overfull with happiness, man. It's a beautiful day out here in the Bay Area. We got baseball starting up soon. And you know what? We got 95-7 the game to keep us in tune, man. And I just want to say today to everybody in the Bay Area, today's a good day to have a great day. Make sure you do it.
Wow. We need more Jeremiahs in this world. We need more Jeremiahs in this world. Can you play that little jingle he just gave us? It was so good.
Did you see your phone? Steiny's like, get this optimistic person out of here and flush him. I'm teasing. That was awesome.
It was awesome. Where's that sound? I got to hear that again. I have to hear that again. When do you guys get it ready? Brendan Ayuk. So I'm looking at the Xavier. What's up, Xavier? We met him a couple times at the Summit. Yes. What up, Xavier? I know his cousin Isaiah. We used to work the door at Bubble Lounge together.
Oh.
Ayuk ain't Jay Jetta, Bonte. Jay Jetta is Justin Jefferson. I get all that. But I'm not trying to give away weapons. When we walked out the Super Bowl saying, damn, it would have been nice to have one more weapon in the pass game.
I mean, that's for sure.
And don't you want to surround Brock Purdy with all the talent in the world? Why would you be trying to give away a playmaker who, again, was 7th in the league in receiving yards and had the 37th most targets out of all these eligible receivers? I'm not into giving away playmakers.
I think the only reason that you would is financial flexibility and draft capital where you think you could restock the cupboard on multiple positions. Like that's the only it's not a you're better today at that position, but maybe I can be better over 3 positions and give myself some financial flexibility.
That's a real thing.
But I don't know. Like I feel like the cap is so unknown. He is one of their best players. Will we all agree?
Right.
You don't get rid of one of your best players unless it's financially driven or compensation driven. And even then, again, I've got to be blown away. And to me, blown away is first, second, third over the next 2 years.
Now, we did hear from Mia O'Brien. I follow her on Twitter now. And I guess the Jaguars Ayuk news is kind of dead. Just lost some of his sizzle. The whole Pittsburgh thing, I guess he was at a Pittsburgh airport. Why is he going to Pittsburgh? What's in Pittsburgh?
Could the Niners have said, go out there and try to explore? Because, the A.J. Brown thing, he kind of knew on the under, hey, we're trading you. Go out and explore where your extension could be so that the trade goes down because the team's not going to forfeit the draft capital if they don't know that you want to sign with them. So I don't know. But I think he's too good of a fit right now for just everything that they want to do. Compete now, help the quarterback, Shanahan's system, pick whatever, algorithm you want to make. The guy is a ball player.
Why would somebody go to Pittsburgh? The Pirates aren't playing. Is he a hockey fan? Is Brendan Ayuk?
He's from Nevada.
Is he a big Sidney Crosby fan?
They stink this year, the Penguins.
They do stink. Penguins are terrible. They're getting older. Malkin. Look at me. My Pittsburgh
Chris Letang.
Chris Letang.
You know who used to own The Pittsburgh Penguins?
Mario Lemieux. Or he still does, I think.
The DeBartolo family.
Yeah, I know.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
I love that.
That was good. That was good.
So you think this is all leverage play by Brandon Ayuk's
absolutely
point of view?
Absolutely. But I mean, are Niner fans warming up to the idea of just exploring a trade for him?
So I was at church on Sunday, and Rich Hunt, who's a nice police officer here in San Francisco, says to me, there's no way we could trade Ayuk, right? They're keeping Ayuk. I'm like, I don't know. He's like, dude, we got to keep Ayuk. Like, there are a lot of people that are very concerned about whether Brandon Ayuk is going to stay or not.
Yeah, I got to keep him. And if there's a receiver to trade, I don't want to trade none of these guys. I really don't. I don't even want to entertain that. Till it happens, and if it happens, then we'll go from there. Uncle Looney, Deontay Johnson got traded to Carolina, so it makes sense for Pittsburgh to go after Ayuk. That's from Uncle Looney. Sure, if Ayuk's out there, a lot of teams in the league, that tells you how good he is. That kind of tells you, right? How good Brandon Ayuk is. If all these teams are lined up saying, we would love to have Brandon Ayuk. And we had B. O'Brien on, versus the Jacksonville flagship station down there in Jacksonville Sports Radio. Or was it the radio network? And she said he would come here and be the number one.
So Pittsburgh outspends the Steelers, at least as of last year. They outspent everyone on defense in the whole league. They spend more money on defense than anyone in the whole league by $30 million. They are a defensive-driven organization and have been for a long time. Even though they have tremendous playmakers on offense, it feels like all the time. And I think with this salary cap, minimal hit of Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, they're saying to themselves, now's the time to swing on offense and to get a playmaker out there if we're not going to pay the quarterback. So it makes sense from their perspective, but how does it make sense for the Niners?
It doesn't make sense to the Niners for me. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense.
And I don't like him sitting out. And let's just say, hypothetically, he doesn't get paid till second week of August. I don't want him and Brock Purdy to not throw a football together for 5-6 months. Like, I want them to be working in the backyard.
That's the other thing.
On the field, going through it. Like, synergy and reps, all the things that Brock couldn't do last year in the offseason. Don't you want him to build on what they did this year and continue that rapport?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't even want to entertain this because I don't know if it has any legs. I don't know the validity of it. It just all seems like speculation. That's what it is. And I'm not going to speculate anymore on whether or not the Niners are going to keep Brandon Ayuk. I'm going to wait and see if they do keep Brandon Ayuk. I just don't think it makes sense to look to explore trading playmakers when you have a decision in another year on whether or not you want to pay Brock Purdy a lot of money at the quarterback position. I need to see Brock Purdy with the full complement of weapons and see what he does in his second full season. I think he'll build off the last season, but I'm not trying to take away playmakers from a guy going into his second full season. I know it's his third year in the league. I'm not with that. We saw what happened in the Super Bowl. Deebo Samuel had 11 targets for 3 catches. The deep downfield passing game was non-existent. We're like, man, Jawan Jennings, like they need more weapons on the outside. But I'm not trying to trade away, again, a playmaker who was a second-team member of the All-Pro team. Second-team All-Pro.
Has there been one move for the Niners, for another team, that changes the hierarchy of where you have the Niners in the NFC?
Yeah, trading away Brandon Ayuk.
That would do it?
Yeah, it would. I would. And you could make the argument that Philly, Detroit are right there with the 49ers.
So like the Barkley acquisition.
You trade Brandon Ayuk, and I'm questioning whether or not you can win the NFC West. I think he's that important to your team.
I think there's an argument to be made. The Aaron Donald move right now as a retirement is one of the biggest moves in the NFC, but I still kind of believe in the Rams.
I do too.
Right? And then the Barkley move, I think, is a huge move for Philadelphia. Absolutely a huge move for Philadelphia. And we'll see about their coordinators. Trading Brandon Ayuk would be as big as the Barkley acquisition was for Philly, wouldn't it? It would change, because that changes who they are on offense.
You don't beat Philly. You don't beat Detroit. You may not beat Green Bay.
I feel like I'm sleeping on Detroit, too.
Chicago, they're going to get Caleb Williams, and he's going into a perfect situation. That defense is already ready to roll. That's a playoff-level defense in Chicago. All they need is a little bit of offense, and they're back in the playoffs. You trade away Brandon Ayuk, And I don't think the Niners can win the NFC West without Brandon Ayuk. I think you come back to the pack, you put a lot more pressure on Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey seeing a lot more dudes in the box, and all of a sudden they're tailoring their defense and said, we take away 23, we win. Because we don't respect what they have on the outside, like Kansas City.
Did you see the Chase Young sign with the New Orleans Saints?
And it already has a neck injury.
Already having surgery.
Well, that's the crazy part. As we speak about Brandon Ayuk, I've heard nobody say anything about Chase Young. So I remember the Monday morning after they beat the Jaguars and I came from Las Vegas and people were ready to back up the Brinks truck off of one game. And I was like, hold on, you're gonna pay Young over Chase Young just did not work out.
They might not pay either, sounds like.
So they're gonna void that contract? They could, right?
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what will end up happening? I have no idea what the guarantees are in that one. Right. How the Saints continue to sign people being $7 billion over the cap every year is the most baffling math.
I want to get your thoughts on this. RG3, let's go a little outside. By the way, Warriors, Grizzlies later today, 7 p.m. Draymond Green is questionable. Giants make it official with Blake Snell. He's going to wear number 7. So a lot going on in the Bay Area. But the Warriors do have a game today against the Grizzlies. But I want to get your take on this. RG3, Robert Griffin III. He could be controversial at times, and we know how his career ended in Washington. He is still ticked off about it. But listen to what he said about Caleb Williams. It basically mentioned that Caleb Williams should do something that we haven't seen in this league in over 20 years.
Caleb Williams should pull a Eli Manning and demand that the Chicago Bears do not draft him number 1 overall. After everything that's happened with just Justin Fields, can Caleb Williams really look at that and say, you know what? This is the organization that has my best interest at heart, and they're going to help develop me into the player that I want to become. Caleb Williams is on record saying that he wants to be legendary. He wants to rewrite history, and he wants to be the best that he can possibly be and win the most games he can possibly win. After the Bears took Justin Fields, the 11th pick in the draft, and turned him into a 6th round pick in the 2025 draft by trading him to the Pittsburgh Steelers, can Caleb Williams really look at that and say, you know what? Yeah, this organization is going to help get me where I want to go. I don't think it's saying that.
Newsflash to RG3. Every company in America is always looking for your replacement.
Yeah.
Now, I understand his perspective because I believe in like you're a product of your environment. That's just how I view things. Like how you were raised is going to influence you heavily in your adult life. I look at what happened to him with the Shanahans in Washington, and clearly he's jaded. And
later
he's
on,
got
Jake
a
Gruden.
very valid point to be jaded. What was that?
And later on, Jake Gruden.
Yes.
Who he's gone back and forth with on Twitter.
He's clearly jaded by what has happened to him and money he didn't get to see, his career that didn't come to fruition. Like, and I have empathy for him on that respect. But like, come on, man, you got to take a step back. Like, for example, when we were given this opportunity here, there is an element of like you are replacing somebody else who was in this spot, and you feel bad for them, but you also have to realize like this is your opportunity, and that's kind of how life goes. There's give and take, and so whatever happened with Justin Fields, Caleb Williams can't worry about that at all.
Well, not only that, Ryan Poles, who's the GM in Chicago, he was hired in 2022. Justin Fields was not his hand-selected pick. That was not the quarterback he selected. And so obviously, you know, you see a lot of GMs. It's just like when Shanahan and Lynch came here and Colin Kaepernick decided to part ways with the 49ers. They were like, look, we want to go in a different direction. We think you could, like, we think highly of you, but we want to go with our guy, right? Now, they didn't have their guy for a long time. That's another conversation.
But they wanted to start from scratch.
Yeah, they want to start from scratch. Ryan Poles wants his guy. And so, in a draft like this, when you have Caleb Williams, and look, I like Justin Fields, but I do see why Chicago's ready to move off of him. But I don't think it has anything to do with anything other than his performance from the pocket is just subpar. He has a long release. I was watching a Cleveland Browns game because it was a very physical football game, and Justin Fields would have throws, and it's like, dude, let it go. He doesn't pull the trigger quick enough. Caleb, we know, will. And so when you look at their receiving set, like how would Justin Fields do with Keenan Allen? Justin Fields holds the ball, then he's running back behind the pocket. That's not how you win football games in this league. It's not. So I don't think there's anything to it, just other than Ryan Poles, watch his guy. He wants his guy. And you know what? He tried to do right by Justin Fields. They asked him, where would you prefer to get traded to? Where would you not want to go? Justin Fields mentioned Pittsburgh Steelers as a destination for him to go to. The Bears did right by him. They did right by him. And they mentioned that, hey, we want to make this trade sooner rather than later so we can fix our team, but also get Justin Fields in another program to where he can learn our offense and not do wrong by him. So Ryan Poles had to do what he had to do with Justin Fields. I think RG3 is reaching here.
But I like RG3 as a commentator. I actually do. I know a lot of people think he's either corny or says wild things or whatever. I actually like him. I think he does a good job. He's entertaining to me, which is part of the allure on TV. Right. I also, again, and I when I watch him, I actually feel sad for him. Like I do. Like in terms of, I do think there are times where he allows what happened to him seep into his analysis, and I get where he's coming from. Yep. I do, because I look at his career and it is a great woulda, coulda, shoulda. The guy was incredible. Rookie year. Who knows if he could have ever replayed it or ever? But Sam Lubman and I were talking about it. I think everyone remembers that field and that guy limping around in that game of the playoffs. The way it went down. You felt like a young man was losing his body in real time. And you're like, someone needs to save everyone from this situation. And I think it's easy to go back and crush everyone. RG3 wanted to play, even though he felt pressure. Like I get everyone's points of view. I feel like RG3 is so jaded by that it really seeps into his analysis on things like this.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. And there's a lot of people I know who don't think too highly of RG3 because of the way he's so outspoken sometimes. And it's like, look, RG, you did have opportunities in Washington, and I get the injury did set you back in a major way.
It changed who he was.
He also won a Heisman with the team that was like 6-6.
Yeah.
Which should have been Andrew Luck's Heisman.
The Baylor Bears.
Like Andrew Luck was a better quarterback in that season or entering the NFL draft. RG3 said that, hey, Caleb, why would Caleb? First of all, you're going to one of the blue blood organizations in the NFL, the Chicago Bears.
What did I say to you before in the break? If he's halfway good in Chicago,
he'll be a star.
Oh my gosh,
he'll be a star.
They're dying
he'll be a star
for a quarterback.
And look, the Bears have not done a good job of developing Luke Getsy, who's now the OC with the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't think he did a great job with Justin Fields. I also don't think the Chicago Bears did a great job of building around Justin Fields. Now, they did trade for DJ Moore. That's a start. Cole Kmet is solid. But the running back room...
Hell of a trade.
The running back room, I mean, you lost David Montgomery, and David Montgomery looked like a star in Detroit. You just let him walk. Offensive line play. Erratic at best. They did not build the line well. They built the defense, but boy, Getsy didn't put Justin Fields in a great position to succeed. So the Bears did not do right by him. The situation was not good. But for Justin Fields' sake, I think he took the classy approach, and he gets a fresh start in Pittsburgh, which is a stable organization. The Bears, for as historic as they are as a brand in this country, haven't done diddly poo since '85.
Well, they had a moment with Rex Grossman, but
it was more
Briggs and Urlacher. Yes,
Peanut Tillman.
Yes.
That team, that defense. Offensively, they stuck for many, many years. And they've looked for a quarterback for many, many years. And they failed to develop quarterbacks for many, many years. Maybe Caleb is different. But I understand why Ryan Poles and GM is saying, look, if I'm going to be on the hot seat and I'm going to go down and I'm going to get fired, let me at least get fired by getting my guy. And they've identified, once Caleb Williams entered the NFL draft, they said, we think Caleb's a better fit for what we want to do. Who's a better fit with Keenan Allen? A guy like Justin Fields or a guy like Caleb?
Probably Caleb.
DJ Moore. Probably Caleb.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Cole Kmet. Probably Caleb.
Yeah. I do think that Justin Fields will get some playing time with the Steelers.
Yeah.
I don't think that Russ has this long runway. If they go like 2-4 or something to start the year, I think we're going to get a look at Justin Fields in Pittsburgh. I don't think that highly of him as a player, but I do think he'll get a chance.
Not only that, he'll get a chance. He's going to a division with the Ravens, Browns, and Bengals. That's not easy.
No, it's a cold weather division too.
Cold weather, and the one problem he's had this since Ohio State. Remember, he got cracked by Clemson, and You know, he was running around and stuff like that. You know, he's a tough kid. He's very tough. He just takes so many shots. He doesn't protect himself well. And two, I remember the Fiesta Bowl and how he attended. He was late on a game-winning interception. Had a couple guys open. He was late on that pass play. I was like, damn, how was he late on that? How'd that get picked off? It looked like a touchdown. Got picked off. And you kind of understand now why Shanahan elected to go away from Justin Fields in the NFL draft. We all assumed that, boy, Justin Fields is at the Shanahan quarterback camp. He's known him since he's, 12, 11, 13 years old, whatever it was. And they passed up on Justin Fields. And we all thought, why did he pass up on Justin Fields? And he took the project in Trey Lance. Well, I kind of understand why Lynch and Shanahan passed up on Justin Fields when you see a plan. And he could still be good. I still have a lot of hope for him. But that release, that slow release, and then sitting in the pocket, holding the ball, you're not going to be a successful quarterback in this league if you continue to do those things. So he's got to clean up his fundamentals. Right now, Caleb Williams' fundamentals, which he's going to display in 10 minutes at his pro day, is a lot better than Justin Fields' fundamentals. What happened?
That was a flag on Spadoni getting in his ear. And there's some times where you guys can hear me very well through the IFB. Sometimes you can't. We used to have a guy taking it behind the scenes that would call it on the butcher shop called the Bully Ball Man.
Oh, Bully Ball Man.
And he loved physicality,
yes.
hard press man.
Hard press man.
So stuff like that. You just said something that reminded me of it.
Is the Bully Ball Man still with us?
I don't know.
What did I say? What did I say that reminds you of Bully Ball Man?
Now I forgot.
I forget, but anytime me and him, it's an old...
Sexual...
No, nothing like that.
No. Hard press man.
There's certain words that he would always use, and you just said one of them, but now I forgot.
Got it.
Shout out Spadoni for ruining the segment.
Shedeur Sanders coming into the draft next year.
Is he?
I do wonder. You guys brought up Michael Penix Jr., and I'm back and forth on him. I flip-flop about him because I don't like the Michigan game. I don't like the way he looked, the happy feet or whatnot. I'm like, dude, you're going to see defenses like that in the NFL all day long.
I love when you isolate the one college game for every quarterback.
I do, but it ruins me. It ruins me. I watch these games closely. I watch these games closely.
When you didn't hit the free throw when your team was up 11?
But
CJ Stroud, he rose to the occasion in the one game against Georgia.
That flipped my narrative on CJ. It took one game.
Did you have the guts to take him over Bryce Young last year? I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Yeah.
I was like, I was good. Because Bryce worries me with the small frame.
He's so tiny.
But Bryce does. I do like Bryce. But damn, CJ Stroud, what he did against Georgia, I was like, damn. Maybe he is... Maybe this guy is. Maybe it's more Ryan Day at Ohio State than it is quarterbacks. CJ Stroud did flip me.
They got Chip Kelly now, so they're good.
What game can't flip you? It happens in college all the time. Happened with you, Justin Fields. I'll never forget. Justin Fields like, Bonte, this guy's got great character, man. Those passes, like he was throwing dives in that clip.
He got his ribs cracked and came right back in and threw a touchdown, and I was like, that's the kind of guy I want.
He threw three deep shots in that game.
Yeah, they also had Olave and
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, the receivers.
But he was throwing dives.
No doubt.
Dives.
I also wanted the running back who the Niners drafted, and then he ended up not being good.
Yeah, I went crazy for Trey Sermon. I also remember Justin Fields to the Fiesta Bowl. Ohio State up. I think it was 13-0, maybe. Maybe it was 17-0. And he missed J.K. Dobbins wide open in the flat. It reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo missing the guy at the goal line.
I remember the word. Fundamentals.
That's what you got. I like fundamentals.
There you go.
I do like fundamentals.
One thing about that Bears situation, I do want them to be relevant because that is a team. I just think it's an iconic brand that has been super devalued.
Yeah.
And I would like them to be good again.
Yeah.
It's just someone else in the mix.
Well,
I would like
they're
that.
another up-and-coming team. And we know Matt Eberflus's record against Shanahan, right? Who's a caller pointed out, he makes these second-half adjustments like he did as a Colts DC in the monsoon game. And, of course, week 1 in 2021. Or is it 2022? 2022. Quarterback talk. Caleb Williams Pro Day coming up. Warriors and Grizzlies. Giants.
The Niners draft Shedeur Sanders. Bonte.
Next year?
You would go crazy.
I don't know if I...
Got to get the Rolex, man.
Oh, my gosh. That would be something. Dude, I'm telling you.
I'm Bonte Hill on 49er Postgame Live, standing next to Shedeur Sanders. We both have a comparable NIL program.
Oh, dude, I'll throw out the change for that interview.
Get Dion on there. Get Dion on there.
No, seriously. What if Penix is on the board for the Niners in the first round?
I find that hard to believe. That they just got a great year out of Brock Purdy at a lesser contract.
I'm with you on that one. But what if he is available?
Then you trade to somebody.
You don't think Niner fans would be saying draft Penix right now?
No, you trade down then. and you get more picks because this team could use more picks.
Are you sold on Brock Purdy being a franchise
for next year? Yes,
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
I want to see one more year.
Next 3 years.
That's a different question. What's the price point?
Sounds like a great thought for Fast Five.
CSF Bay drummer. Penix could throw in the rain. Purdy can't.
I don't know. I thought that final drive against Green Bay was in the rain.
Has Shanahan ever had a left-handed quarterback?
No, there's not many left-handed quarterbacks. There's only Tua, right?
I'm going back to like the Texans, the Browns, Kellen Moore back in the day, but didn't play for Shanahan. Like I'm trying to think of lefty quarterbacks in the NFL. There aren't a lot.
Not a lot. What's your final thought?
My final thought is, boy, who would have thought that the San Francisco Giants would actually be the most exciting piece of content this week? Who would have thought? People are excited about the Giants. Some are angry, I get that, but some are optimistic. I just want to cling to this optimism because once the regular season starts, if things fall out, then we'll be miserable again. But enjoy it now.
No. Marathon, as the great Nipsey Hussle said, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And that's what the Giants baseball this year. So I don't want you losing your mind if they scuffle in April or if they struggle in May. Remember, it's all about June.
The swoon.
Can you avoid the June swoon? And when you play in July and not have to say goodbye to the season? And then you get to the dog days of August and now you got action. Then it's pin and rate baseball in September, baby. Let's go. Got to have optimism.
I love all the nicknames only in baseball for the months. It's just so ridiculous.
If April showers bring you May pain.
I love the June swoon.
Said goodbye in July.
Goodbye in July, baby. You can. You fade in July, it's goodbye.
Don't be bogus in August.
And then you get the dog days in August where you know guys are leaking oil in August. Pitchers are tired. Bats are slow through the zone. It's hot. It's humid. How you going to get through the month of August? All right. My final thought is I'm just a goofball. I'm a wacky individual. I will be better tomorrow. I'm just going to play Boo Boo the Fool.
As in, okay. Keep
Boo Boo
going.
the Fool.
Next.
Speaking of, the dog days of August, sometimes you just got to win ugly. Shout out Brad Gilbert. Winning ugly.
Warriors tonight versus the Grizzlies?
Winning ugly.
Must win for the Warriors tonight. I'm serious. It's a must win.
Well, there goes my final thought. No, it's not a legacy game, but Warriors, if you don't win this game tonight, I can't take you seriously. I love you, but you are not a serious team if you lose tonight.
How many Loveman must-win Giants games on the schedule right now?
At least 162.
They won the first 3 games of a series against Arizona. Today's a must-win. You must win. I was like, dude, they already won the series.
That was to get, I think, they had won 10 in a row, and I wanted them to get 11 in a row, so that was must-win. Bonte, they're all must-win.
They won 10 in a row last year?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, my God.
They did win 10 in a row. By the way, Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. Brock, a top 5 to 7 quarterback in the league. Stop. Kenny was also with me on the Jimmy Garoppolo trade. We die hard with our quarterbacks. But I do like Brock Purdy. That's it for us. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Guru out. Evan in alongside Matt Steinmetz here on 95.7 The Game.
With the chef back and ready.
I'm out.
Oh.
Hey, look, I'm gonna nip this in the bud
Get
right
off
away.
our guy.
No jokes today. Guru not here. He's got a family matter he's tending to.
Yes.
Evan Giddings in the house. And that's going to be the end of it. I said what I said.
I
said what I said.
Until the people continue to roll in and ask where Goo is.
Bullcrap numbers.
That's true. That's true.
He's taking care of the wife. Calm down.
He is. And he gave us his go-ahead to make sure that all you know that.
That was actually the first thing he said stepping out of the show yesterday. Hey, just make sure everyone knows where I'm at tomorrow.
Yeah, he said, he'd appreciate your consideration, everybody.
What could have come out of my mouth?
Oh, boy.
Hey, so we got action down at the ballpark. So there's a lot to get into with the Giants today.
Earthquakes?
No. By the way, how's that stadium coming on Treasure Island?
Slowly but surely.
Yeah. Looks like it's coming along pretty nicely. So the last couple years with the Giants have not been good. We know that. And they've made a bunch of big moves this offseason. They were a major player in free agency. They got Chapman in here. They got Snell in here. They got Soler in here. They got Robbie Ray in here. And I'm reading Andrew Baggerly's story in The Athletic. And the whole story, the theme of it, is how the Giants are in win now mode. It's about what they want to win this year, they want to make the playoffs this year, and they want to recapture fan engagement. Mm-hmm. That's the line that stuck out. The Giants are desperately seeking to recapture fan engagement. Are you recaptured? If you're a Giants fan right now. Because I was coming in today talking to Evan, and you gonna go get any Giants games? What do you think? I'm like, you know what? I'll go to a couple Giants games for sure, because this feels like a different team. It feels like they went out and got some legitimate players. It seems like we're going to see less of the platooning and more of mainstays playing a particular position. And my question is, why wouldn't you be really excited about the San Francisco Giants right now? And the idea that they're a playoff team and could make a lot of noise.
This offseason screamed urgency. Urgency to get back into contention. Urgency to get back, perhaps more importantly, to relevance. Relevance to Major League Baseball, relevance to their fans. And I think that's been reflected in the attendance the last 3 years. 12th in attendance in 2021 when they won 107 games. 12th in attendance in 2022. 17th last season. If there's one thing that an owner understands, it's dollar signs and butts in seats. And the Giants have not been bringing in either in a way that is acceptable. I mean, this team is right now third fiddle among Bay Area big boys. And with the moves that they made this offseason, they've set themselves up to recapture the attention of their fans. And that's something they didn't have or really haven't had, I'd say, since 2021. The last 2 years have been a wash. I mean, we've talked about it a lot. Why should I be interested in the Giants? Why should I pay attention to what's going on at Oracle? Why should I spend my time or maybe my dollars on a team that I don't know who's going to be the starting line? I don't know who's going to hit cleanup. I don't know who's going to be out there on a fifth day. I don't know much about the Giants. I don't know what to expect. And that's my biggest takeaway from this offseason. I feel like we know what to expect in terms of the roster, in terms of the 24, 25 men that are going to be out there for 162 games. Whether they perform and win big, that's TBD. But this offseason to me was about the urgency that the front office felt to get back into relevance, specifically with their fan base.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm leaning today. If you're a Giants fan who's been disinterested in the last 2 or 3 years, you don't like the way they've done business, you don't like the product they've put on the field, are you open-minded right now to what this team could be? Are you excited about the season? And I'm trying to measure, and I don't know if the phrase is ill will toward the organization, but there's a non-interest. There was an indifference about the Giants, I think, in the last, let's just call it the Kapler era. And I know they won 107 games.
You can call it the Zaidi era. I mean, going back before Kapler. Or before the pandemic.
Exactly. So my question to Giants fans is this. Are you ready to go to the ballpark day one? Or have they done a little too much damage over the years, the recent years, where you're going to say, you know what? Get off to a good start. Show me that you're for real, and I'll catch up with you maybe in June, maybe late May. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, to me, the San Francisco Giants had one of the biggest off seasons of any baseball team this off season. I mean, we have ripped this organization for the last 8 to 10 years. They can't sign a free agent. Nobody wants to play here. Well, in one fell swoop, they have completely shattered that idea. Now, did they sign guys to long-term deals? No. Did they need a little good luck probably with Chapman and Snell? Yes, but I mean, does that really matter? The fact of the matter is they've got Blake Snell, they got Chapman, they got players right now. And my belief is I think if they get off to a good start, we're going to see, I don't know about a full ballpark, but we're going to talk a lot about the attendance numbers, Evan, over the last couple of years. And last year, they were 17th in attendance. They averaged 30,000 fans per game. They drove 2.5 million. During their glory years, they had 9 straight years of over 3 million. So to get to 3 million, they need another 500,000, which divided by 82, I can't do, but they need to be in the high 30s. Can they draw 3 million fans this year?
They're a whole hell of a lot closer to drawing 3 million than they were last year, than they were last offseason. You swung and missed on Judge or Arson Judge, however you want to put it. I mean, you missed on Ohtani. You missed on Yamamoto. Like, you missed on all the big boys. But this is what the conversation moves towards, right? Which is, we spent all last offseason bashing the Giants. We spent the majority of the early portion of the negotiating period bashing the Giants because you said something about how you can't ask for more than this, which is, okay, we spent just time essentially looking at who they didn't get.
Right.
And we didn't want to hear excuses. I don't care that you came in second. I don't care that you came in fifth for a free agent. It didn't matter. All that mattered is those players were not going to be playing in Giants uniforms. Well, now it shouldn't matter. Like, it shouldn't matter that how you got Snell. It shouldn't matter of how you got Chapman, Soler, Lee. It shouldn't matter of how you got these players and acquired them and how you're going to set up to use them. It should matter that they're on the team in the first place.
Right.
They've committed $400 million in guaranteed money this offseason. That's not an insignificant amount. Now, it might not be $1.2 billion like the Dodgers did, but that to me is a direct reaction to what you talked about, which is the attendance. Owners don't care about social media figures. They don't care about who's trending on Instagram. They don't care about whether you think that you can go out and see your favorite play. They want to care about how many people are watching them at Oracle Park, how many people are watching them on television. And for the last 3 seasons, attendance and ratings have gone down. That to me is a lack of interest in the brand that is the Giants, in addition to the lack of interest in their players.
Right. So a couple interesting texts already on the Comcast Business text line. And one is from the 209. My wife and I bought a couple tickets last night, Steiny.
There you go.
We love baseball, but couldn't handle the platooning of the last couple of years. Last night's walk-off, and he's obviously talking about Blake Snell, sealed the deal. That's from Poncho. 650, I'm open, but still not impressed compared to what the Dodgers are putting out there. Dave Fleming says, not so fast.
Forget this talk about the wild card only. Like, forget that. Go take a shot at the big boys. Ooh. Like, I don't want to hear this, yeah, they can sneak in, or that's BS, man. The attitude of this franchise should always be to take down that team. And that's what the rivalry means. I don't care who they signed. I don't care how much money they paid. You line up those two teams on the field next to one another, and I dare you to tell me that they're a whole lot better than the Giants are. I don't believe that. The Giants can go toe-to-toe with that team. They can.
Well, they got them second series of the season.
Hey.
So you're going to find out.
I mean, if you're telling me the Giants can go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, well, then it's up to the fans. Because what? Because the Dodgers are the standard. We know that. Is that overly optimistic from Dave Fleming, who is a Giants announcer? Yeah, but you know what? He doesn't do that a lot. Like, that's not really Dave Fleming's MO to set the table like that. Toe-to-toe with the Dodgers? Okay, good. Let's set a standard around here that hasn't been set for a while.
That's a pretty high standard.
My feeling is, if you have been disenchanted with the Giants because of the product they put on the field, well, doesn't that just end now? Shouldn't it just end? They signed a ton of guys. They signed names. Like, why wouldn't you go out now? If you're a fan that hasn't been interested the last 2 or 3 or 4 years, whatever it is, 5. Okay, well, tell me why you wouldn't be interested now. I mean, they did everything that every fan wanted them to do for the last 5 years, and that is sign a big name. Only they signed more than one big name.
Well, so there's a distinction between being excited about the team and believing you can compete with the Dodgers. Like, there were 21 games behind the Dodgers last year. That's a large gap to make up. Does that mean that they can't beat them in a 3-game series? Does it mean that they can't stick with them and you start to see how they measure up? Again, they are the standard bearer in the NL largely, them and the Atlanta Braves. So you are measuring yourself against the Dodgers. And I love the confidence from Dave Fleming, especially after seeing these moves and starting to try and figure out, okay, in a 3-game series, if we got Snell going against, he can hang with Kershaw. Logan Webb can go toe-to-toe with Buehler when he returns, or Glasnow, who they signed this offseason, or Yamamoto. Like, there are players that you can envision, going head-to-head with the Dodgers now, as opposed to some of the platooning that we saw last year, and you're basically just trying to puzzle piece together victories against a team that's got a better roster than you. But I wouldn't yet put them in the Dodgers category. But that's not the point. The point this offseason is that the Giants thrust themselves back into relevancy for their fans. And that's a big win. Whether we want to talk about how, they can compete for this and compete for that, the expectation now that's on the team, I think there's definitely some expectations surrounding this club that has invested a lot of money into free agents.
Right.
But at the end of the day, this offseason was about getting back into people's minds, into their pockets, really, because you're trying to get them, to the text line's point, to go buy tickets, to go watch players. And now, Steiny, on opening day, I know I'm going to see Logan Webb. On the game 2, I know I'm going to see Blake Snell.
Right.
When Robbie Ray returns, I know what the rotation's going to look like. I know that Soler's going to be in the middle of the order, that Chapman's going to be towards the top. In addition to all the players that you already know, some of which you love, some of which you don't, there's a clearer picture about San Francisco Giants baseball than there's been perhaps since even before 2021, because no one expected that season to turn out the way it did.
The expectations right now for the Giants are higher than their team than before the 107 win season.
Agreed.
Because nobody saw that coming. 888-957-9570 is the number. I guess I could put it this way. If you're a Giants fan who's been disenchanted, how can you be disenchanted now? Why would you not go out and want to see this team? Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in San Francisco. Wants to talk a little Giants. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Good to hear from you guys. Yeah, as a Giants fan, we saw what Farhan did with a dumpster diving bin team in 2021, won 107 games. And, it seems like this offseason, he did do what the fans wanted, signed a bunch of big names. But, just like with the Dodgers blowing the offseason out of the water pretty much from the get-go with Shohei, Yamamoto, it seemed like we had a couple nice signings. We had Jung Hoo Lee, we had Robbie Ray, and those signings were nice, but at the end of the day, we were like, okay, how much better does that make us? We got the Dodgers that we're chasing, and don't forget there was the Diamondbacks that actually went to the World Series last year, so, it's not just we're on our own against the Dodgers. There's other teams in our division that are good as well. But, I think with these last two signings with Chapman and with Snell, even though they're like a one-year deal with an option afterwards, so we might not even see them after this year, I think Snell was the last piece that we were like, okay, I think we could actually make some noise in this division. And I got to hand it to Farhan because, like, every signing this offseason, I was like, okay, but, like, how much does that really get us? But I think Snell was the last peg that we actually needed to make this team go. So I got to hand it to Farhan, like, as this offseason started with the Dodgers just killing it, he's really turned it around, and I'm pretty excited to go see some of these games this year and see what we can make of ourselves.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call. I mean, I can just speak for myself. So you can call me a casual. Last couple of years, hey, you went to Giants? No, not really. I don't need to go to the Giants game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to watch that. And Kapler was a part of it. I just didn't, I don't know. Wasn't a big fan of Kapler. Didn't like the team. Didn't know the players. I'll go to games this year. I'll absolutely go to more games this year. I went to probably one last year, I think. I'll go to 5 this year.
That many?
I went to 1.
Yeah.
I can't remember who was against.
Castaneda.
Number 5.
Actually, you know what? I think we just walked.
Thank God.
Actually, you know what? I think we just went to that bar across the street, come to think of it. And it wasn't actually in the stadium.
Momos?
So why would you do that? The show was off to such a good start.
Baseball is back, and
which
thus
means
John Sterling is in our lives.
I don't know.
Season's underway, by the way.
Oh, God. Is baseball
Dodgers
back for you Giants fans?
Padres 0-1.
By the way, they're fine. I got a theory, too, on baseball that I developed yesterday.
Yeah? You've been working on this?
Yes. For the last 5 years, Giants need a bopper. Giants need they need a home run hit. They need a 40 home run. No, they don't. That's not how you create excitement at the baseball stadium.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you create excitement? With pitching. That's how you create excitement. I'm dead serious. You get 2 guys at the top of that rotation who are shutting teams down. Like when I think of fans, sure, we're sitting down and Solaire's up and he hits a homer. Yeah. But there's a different kind of optimism and positivity and confidence when you've got a starting pitcher who's mowing people down. Like that creates an excitement to me that leads up to when the guy gets the big hit. I truly believe this team should absolutely, positively be built around pitching. It is built around pitching. And I mean, you look at when were the Giants at their best? With Lincecum, exciting. Bumgarner, he wasn't exciting, but he was fascinating to watch, which I guess is exciting. I mean, Bumgarner, Kane. I mean, even Jonathan Sanchez was erratic enough to be very interesting. You know what I mean? And I think those Giants teams, the excitement was created on the mound. Most of it anyway. And the hitting, that'll come. But I absolutely think the Giants have put together a team that could be very fun and interesting to watch.
And I think we're speaking the same language because to me, fun, exciting. At the end of the day, you got to win.
No doubt.
You got to win games. That is what excites fans and why I'm excited about, in particular, the Blake Snell signing. The offseason I thought was pretty good, maybe a little bit under the radar. You get some bats in here. You get a good glove in Chapman. You add around the edges, Hicks. But Snell gives you a vision. Like, this team is exciting, but more importantly, Steiny, this team is now competitive.
And I feel like that is part of the equation. Like, that's included. Because we talked about this a little before the show. You can't be exciting if you're 72 and 90. You just can't.
Are the Warriors exciting right now?
No.
Why?
Because they're 500.
Exactly.
I mean, Steph's still pretty exciting.
He is.
Obviously. But there's no doubt he's gotten less exciting as the team has one less and less games.
They're 17 and 18 at home. I'm not going to watch sub 500 basketball. I'm going to watch the Warriors win. And I'm going to Oracle this season to watch the San Francisco Giants, yes, trot out players that I can envision in the particular spots every game. But I'm watching them because I believe this team can win. That's what's exciting about this offseason to me.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a pretty simple question. And I was going to say, pretty simple question, Giants fans. But the reality is, I think if you're a Giants fan, the answer is a resounding yes. You excited about the team? You going to get out to the ballpark more than you have in the past? Yes. Tell me why. If you're not, tell me why this offseason still hasn't done it for you, and if there's anything the team can do to get you back. I understand the wait and see. Let's see how things play out a little bit. Are we 10 and 15? Are we 20 and 15? Are we 30 and 17? Now, you'll generate interest the more and more you win, but I want to know who's back right now. I mean, as an impartial observer, looking at the Giants, I mean, they've done a 180. They've done a 180, at least in the offseason.
I think so.
There's two steps. One is make a splash in the offseason, make splashes in the offseason. They did that. They did what everybody wanted. It's got to be enough, right, to get people out to the ballpark. 888-957-9570.
I was going to ask, what more do you want? I mean, we've been bashing this team for not being able to go out and acquire talent. They've done it. They put their money where their mouth is.
No doubt about it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, it's also a Warriors Wednesday. They play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment was sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today.
answer. Gavin Lux running through to end the game. And the Dodgers start this highly anticipated 2024 season with a 5-2 win over the Padres in Seoul.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Joe Davis, Metro Sports. All right. Spectrum Sports.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Metro.
That's traffic.
Is it the East Coast? The Metropolitan?
Oh, man. Giants. Okay. All right.
I got some work to do.
All right. We're a half game back, but we're still there. I'll tell you what. I
said the Padres.
See, I think I have...
They're tied for second.
Sometimes I think I have the pulse of the fan base. Other times I realize I'm not even close.
Which one do you feel like today?
I feel like I'm close.
Okay.
And here's something I said before the show. And I think to make the analogy work, you'd have to maybe use a money or where the seats are. I'm just telling you right now, if you have in your right hand 2 Giants tickets, and you have in your left hand 2 Warrior tickets for a game in the next month at home, I'm going to the Giants. I'm going to the Giants right now. I really am. Like, I've seen the Warriors play. I've seen them play 67 games this year. They're 35-32. I would absolutely go to a Giants game right now before a Warrior game.
I don't know if I'm there yet.
Especially if Snell or Webb's pitching. Definitely if Snell's pitching.
I'm the closest to you that I've ever been. Like, if you asked this question a year ago, it's not even close. Right. The hands in the tickets in your right hand going to the Giants game or going to some guy in the street. Like, you're going to Chase Center. But right now, where the Warriors are at and where the Giants are at, it's been a while since we've talked about a team that is trending in the right direction and the Warriors being the team that's trending in the wrong direction.
Why would you go to a Warrior game right now over a Giants game?
Steph Curry. That's the reason.
But I'll give you Curry, but you're the same person who said, you know, how exciting can you be if you're not winning a lot? You brought up a great thing. How exciting is LaMelo Ball? Like, who cares?
They fine.
Stink.
As a rookie.
Right.
You know, but that wears off. Like, again, Ja Morant. He's one of the most exciting young players that I saw, but he's worn off.
Is Ja?
We haven't seen him a lot this year. That might be a reason why. But you think about the young players in the league. I mean, I know some people don't like watching. You say you don't like watching Luka Doncic.
No, I don't.
He's a damn good player, but
great player.
When he came into the league, he was the new thing. He was exciting, and now it's kind of worn off because he got to the Western Conference Finals once, and he's kind of been a first-round exit and out. Like, at the end of the day, you do have to win. And I think there's also, there's a nostalgic connection to Steph, too. I mean, anytime you see him do anything, it's like you get to relive all the glory moments through one shot.
Right.
So I think that's part of it, too, for fans. But I'm with you that this is the closest that I have ever been to answering that question you posed. If you had 2 tickets to Chase Center or 2 tickets to Oracle, which game you go into that night? It's the closest I've ever been to saying I'm going to see the Giants.
I mean, let me be clear. The reason I would go see the Giants right now is because they're different. And the Warriors are not different right now to me. They're the same team they've been the last few years. Last couple years, I'll say. And I'm not saying they stink or anything like that. But give me something that I haven't seen in the last 8 or 9 years at Oracle Park. And that's more talent than they've had in a long time. That's bigger names than they've had in a long time. And I mean, and here's the other thing. Again, 888-957-9570. You really going to a Warrior game? You going to Warriors Memphis tonight? I could say, you going to Warriors Memphis tonight or opening day? I'll give you the second game. We'll go to the second game. The second home game.
Well, Snell's pitching the second game.
Oh, that's even better. Yes, if Stein, you can go to Memphis tonight or Blake Snell's first start here in San Francisco. I'm going to the baseball game. I just am. And here's the other thing. And you tell me if I'm right or you tell me if I'm wrong at 888-957-9570. No, this is a fair question. 415 goes, where are the seats? That's a fair question. They're pretty good. They're pretty behind the third baseline if you're going to the baseball game, and if you're going to the Warrior game, it's the upper portion of the lower bowl.
But the fact you have to ask a clarifier is is kind of the point. Like last year, it wouldn't have mattered.
No, you're right.
It doesn't matter what you could be sitting behind home plate, but if I'm watching Jock Peterson getting pinch hit for in the 7th inning against a lefty that I don't know the name of, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to that baseball game. I don't care that the Giants are trying to, kind of nip tuck their way through the season. I'm going to see the Warriors. It doesn't matter how good or bad they were last year. They had some terrible games last season.
Right.
There wasn't a guarantee because Steph was missing time and Draymond was like, it wasn't a guarantee you're going to catch Steph. You might be catching Jordan Poole last night. I would have rather still seen him than the roster the Giants trotted out last year.
Who's getting at me? Mojo, San Francisco, saying Steiny's a basketball fan. He's lying. I swear to God. I'd rather go to a Giants game right now than a Warrior game. I would. Because it's different. Like, and part of it is, over the last 4 or 5 years, I've seen a lot of Warrior games, and I know what to expect. And Steph's great, and the Giants have stunk. And they've been non-interesting, and I got no interest in going to see some guys that I don't know who they are and who aren't going to be here, and who also didn't seem to be invested in this team. You know what? We got action. Giants have action, and what more do you want them to do? And here's the other thing. Every organization does stupid stuff. And I'll lump all these four together. The Giants, the way they treated Bochy, the way they treated Brandon Crawford. I'll throw Rennell in there, and J.D. Davis. I know this is sensitive. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter if they win. I'm convinced of that because I've seen it.